Sam,
boy,
you've landed a job after 9 months of preparation. You knew nothing about programming in January this year, 2020. September 2020, you've landed a job as a junior software developer. What the fuck, mate, honestly? How did you do that?
Whoa, good question. Where do we start with this? Great question. There's a lot of facets involved, but yeah, it's crazy to think where I was a couple of months ago and where I am now. Yeah, I guess this is kind of the point of today's talk, is to sort of have a look at how I managed it and what did I do, what worked, what didn't, and yeah, it'd be interesting for me to go back and review it as well and see. I guess you could call it a retro of the sprint. So yeah, chuffed I made it. And yeah, let's have a go at diving in and seeing what nuggets are in there that can help other people.
Totally. So this is our 10th recording, right? We've been doing these recordings for a few months already, trying to capture sort of the journey of becoming a software developer. Funny enough, this is the 10th episode, so a small anniversary. And this is also the episode in which we're talking about you actually having landed the job. And I think to both you and me, this is a surprise. We haven't expected you to be able to nail it down so soon after, the preparation process that we went through over the last few months, which is also why I'm so surprised by the fact that, well, let's say it straight away. Not only that you found a job after 9 months, the first application you have sent out after finishing the preparation process, the first application you went through, you managed to nail down and get it. This is massive. This is so big, man. Like I feel, this is something we already spoke about before, but I'm super excited. And the moment you told me, I was just crazy. I couldn't believe it, right? Like we'll speak about the story of how it actually went in a minute, but I was so chuffed. And you were so cool about it. You were like, oh yeah, I went through, couldn't believe it. But I got the job, yeah. They said yes. I'm like, yo, this is big news, dude. You should be a lot more excited about this. And I suppose you took it quite easily, right? I think to me, as a sort of somebody with more experience in the programming industry, knowing of someone who went through just 9 months of learning and got a job in the first application they sent out is just incredible. I just I feel like I understand the meaning of this a little bit more, whilst to you it seems maybe, hey, if you do programming for 9 months, of course you're gonna land the job after sending your application or two.
That's how it works for everyone, isn't it?
Right. No, mate, but fantastic. First of all, publicly, well done. Honestly, I'm so proud of you. I said it to you many times already since you told me that you got it, but I'm so chuffed and I'm so happy that you managed to land it so officially.
Thank you, mate. And well I'm happy to make you proud as well, because I wouldn't say I couldn't have done it without you, but it would have taken me a lot longer and it would have been way more painful. So I'd like to thank you publicly for assisting me on this journey, mate. Honestly, it's been
you're welcome.
Such an amazing support system to have. Just someone who's been through that journey and knows what it's like the other side of that wall. Like it's kind of weird for me now knowing that I'm on the inside of it now. It's like for months it's almost like you're looking at the mythological wall of a job. And you don't know what it's like to get a job. You don't know how to get a job. You don't know what it's like the other side of the wall to work in a company. And now I'm the other side of that. It's almost like I've forgotten what it's like that other side of the wall.
On the other side, yeah.
Yeah, because it's a whole different ball game now.
I can imagine, yeah. So you've been at your current position already for a month, right? So it's already been
correct
a while that you've been at the current place. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. But you're right, yeah. Just the perspective changes so rapidly, doesn't it? The moment you actually get on the other side and you think of all the months of hard work, and you think almost like I feel that it's easy to downplay yourself and go like, oh, it wasn't even that hard, or like I didn't even spend so much time doing it, right? Like, oh, it wasn't so exhausting, and like you try and kind of did the bad moments and the difficult times slowly fade away, and just go like, oh yeah, that's step A, step B, step C, step D, and now I have a job. Simple. Everybody can follow that path, right? Well, maybe there's more to it than that.
Yeah. I mean, you commented on it as well, just how it almost seems like I have downplayed it, and I think because the journey did take so long because if I'm honest, I remember reading about sort of programming must have been when I just started in January, and as I imagine a lot of people do, they Google how long does it take to become a developer, like how long does it take before you can get a job. And so I was optimistically aiming for 3 to 4 months because I thought, well, I'm going to be doing this pretty much full on. I reckon I can do it in 3 or 4 months.
Right.
So when it got to that stage and I hadn't done it yet, it was like, oh, right. But by then I realised, I guess it is possible to get a job at that level, at that stage. But I wanted to go further. I wanted to go deeper and start higher up.
Totally.
Yeah. So it's because it took longer than I imagined, and because I'm already the other side of the wall and I've got new things to think about. It is almost like I've forgotten and. Yeah, not. I mean, it's ironic that I'm a coach, and like one of my articles on my website is giving yourself self-credit.
Right.
But in coaching, we say we teach what we most need to learn. And
good point. Yeah.
That's something I have not struggled to do, but rarely done. It's like, okay, I've done that, wicked. Maybe celebrate it for a couple of minutes, and then right, what's next?
What's the next
plan? And I caught myself doing that, so I made a conscious effort to. Yeah, have a little celebration. So I went out, last weekend and let it sink in a bit. And I had a moment in the car when I was driving to see my mates, and a song came on that was, I guess, part of my soundtrack for the journey. And then it sunk in, and I said, "I did it." I was like, "Yes,
yeah,
I did it." I was swearing and effing and blinding in the car, like screaming. I was like, yes, I fucking did it. Because I hadn't really given myself that credit up until then. It was just like, okay, wicked, right. Now I've got some other things to learn. And,
sure.
Sort of just forgot about how big not how big a thing it is, but it's nice to have that perspective from your side to say, mate, that's pretty good what you've done. And
massive. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So do you remember the moment?
Thanks for bringing that.
No, great. Do you remember when when you told me, we had this quick call, and you were kind of, chill and like on your own, sort of, just, kind of went through. And I just went like, yo, what? I couldn't believe it. And I went all big. I have to admit one thing to you, mate, right now. Would you be okay if I shown a clip of that? Because I didn't tell you this, but I did record
you
that
cheeky
call.
beggar.
Because I had a hunch thinking that maybe this is good news. I wasn't so sure, so that I didn't even prepare. I'm actually not wearing any t-shirt in that clip, because I was just like, yeah, whatever, let's just have a chat. I knew you were going to talk to that company, but I wasn't sure what it was going to be. Yeah, is it okay if we put up a little early clip from there and then see how much I'm celebrating and how you're just like, yeah, that's just kind of how it goes. Well, I am happy. Yeah, boy, I'm happy. I'm like, yeah, maybe we can put it up.
Go for it, mate.
Sorry,
mate. They've offered me a job.
They what?
They've offered me the job, actually.
You kidding?
Yeah. Basically, they done all their
No. What? You for real?
Yeah, honestly, I wasn't expecting it. They've basically offered me the job as a junior. They're going to send over the contract, and
you're kidding.
They want a start date. Yeah,
you're kidding.
Actually, yeah, this hasn't even fucking sunk in yet. I think because until you know.
What?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it.
Cool. I'm sure you'd love to see that too. I think, first of all, that would be a cool memory for you, more than just for our viewers.
Yeah.
So I think something that we should mention and is quite relevant, although it's not a key factor, is that the company you applied for, it's called Secret Sauce. They're a web development company from Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, where actually both of us met a few years back, dressed as a banana due to the fact that it was carnival back around the time, at the same time. So the company you applied for, you knew the owners of that company when you were applying. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Correct, yes.
I know what most people would think when they hear that statement, that you went and applied to a job and you got in after, you know, the first application you sent through, is that you got in because you knew them. And I feel that it's going to be unfair for us to neglect that this had any part in it. So let's make it clear and say, sure, like I think that the fact that they did know you had some part in the fact that you did land the job. But I thoroughly believe, and throughout this video, we're going to show how, why this is, I think, true. I thoroughly believe that this was by no means a key factor. And I would even say that was one of the minor factors. If you see, if we have a look at what feedback we got from Ted and Rich regarding your application, I think it will become even clearer that, the fact that you just knew them didn't actually play that much of a role. And it was a lot more the fact that your technical skills were up to the point, that your social skill, your personal skills, your preparation, your kind of just the way you are played a much bigger role there. Although, just to be fair, we're saying it straight away here that yes, this was a position you applied for, and you happen to know people who run the company. Even more so because you knew the people who ran the company, you very much wanted to get in there. You knew the culture of the company, so we made this application very much bespoke, following a lot of the advice that we were giving in the previous episodes that came in handy. And you know, if anything, this is also a way for us to kind of verify that some of the methods that we were trying to introduce throughout the series of the videos that we've been recording, and essentially throughout the chats that we were having, some of these methods have some potential, and indeed highlighted you amongst you know, quite a good number of other candidates that applied for that particular job, right? So yeah, essentially just having that out of the way, I feel it's a good moment to actually kick off and talk a little bit more about it. But just before we get there, can you tell us a little bit more about your background? Because a year ago, October 2019, the world was completely different. We all know that. But also, Sam, you were not even remotely connected to coding yourself. What were you doing before?
No, I mean, in some ways I kind of was, but
Okay.
I'll explain. I guess the last sort of 2 or 3 years I'd been doing coaching, so personal development stuff. I mean, it comes under the banner of life coaching, which it does get a bit of a bad rep, but it is pretty cool. Working with, you know, other humans and understanding their psychology. So I was doing coaching, and a lot of my clients were actually developers and designers. So I'd always been in contact with that community, but knew nothing about code. And always, if I'm honest, I thought about this morning. I think one of the reasons I never really jumped into it earlier was because I thought there's just too much to learn. I've left it too late. You know, at my age, it'll take me years to get to that level. So I'll just not bother, and I'll just continue on a different path.
Yeah, I think that's quite key. You know, that's what really fascinates me about your journey. You're 41 this year, aren't you?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I can totally see where those feelings were coming from that you described at the beginning, kind of thinking, oh, I should have done it 20 years ago, right? Like, how can I wrap my head around it these days? Well.
Yeah. Well, another thing I'd kind of forgotten as well is I did actually always wanted to do something in computing, and did it at A level, which is, I guess, college, is, in the UK, and we did Pascal, and it didn't click for me. I was like, I have no idea what's going on. Looking back, I don't think my ability to learn wasn't there yet, or even my motivation, and I got a woeful grade in that class and never touched computing again. And actually ended up doing a degree in business because that was the other subject I did quite well in.
Okay.
So, yeah, my background, I guess, from college went from business degree to, if I'm honest, just floating around for a few years, not really doing proper jobs. I did a bit of sound engineering, travelled the world.
All right.
And then almost by accident landed in, I guess, my dream job at the time. So I was working, looking after the DJ equipment for a record store in Bristol. So I moved to Bristol.
Cool.
And did that. That's probably like the biggest job I've had, in my life, because I think there was about 7-8 years there.
Right.
But then the company, I guess we had the crash back in 2008, and the company, struggled a bit, and I got made redundant. And I think that was one of the best things that happened to me, because it sent me on a massive journey of, okay, well, what am I going to do now? I don't know. I wasn't into personal development at all. I didn't know I wasn't even thinking about how to work out how to get where I want to go. Like that thought hadn't even entered my mind.
Right.
So I started reading. In fact, what happened is I wanted to become. My main goal was to get paid to travel. So I thought, well, how can I do that? Well, maybe if I become a DJ, I can get paid to travel. Okay, wicked. How can I become a DJ? You kind of got to be a producer nowadays. This is back in sort of the back 2013 I started. So spent about a year or two doing music production, which looking back has a lot of parallels with,
I imagine, that would be kind of similar in some ways.
Did quite well at it. But I look back now and I remember sitting in this very chair actually, and I had all the equipment here, I had the time, I had the money in the bank, but I just wasn't creating anything. So that's what got me started on, I guess, the personal development journey. It was like, why is that? Why am I procrastinating? So I learned everything about motivation, procrastination, habits, mindset, all that kind of stuff. And also found this concept of ikigai, which is basically just finding, I guess in the Western eyes, your dream job, something that you love, something that you can get paid for, something that there's a demand for, and something that you're actually good at. So over the last sort of 7 years, I've gone through about 3 or 4 iterations of careers that didn't quite tick all the boxes. And I think with software development, I found the thing that ticks all 4 of those boxes, in as much that there is a demand for it, you can get paid well to do it, I enjoy it, and I'm good at it. Because I think some of my previous iterations, which were, music, I did drum and bass production for 2 years, then sort of dabbled with photography. Then after that, I taught myself project management because I enjoyed sort of organisation, and did some NGO work in South America, which was also another aspiration of mine, was to just live in a foreign country and live somewhere warm, basically.
Nice.
But all of those iterations, including the coaching, didn't quite tick all the boxes. It maybe ticked 2 or 3 of them, and different ones across those different careers. But software development, it crept up on the list, and I was like, maybe we'll have a look at it. And
all right.
Yeah.
So what's next on the list when software development doesn't work out? What are you going to do next?
Well, funny enough, no, you jest, because I thought this when I got to coaching. I was like, yeah, coaching's it. Coaching's the one.
Right.
But if I'm honest, there was a bit in the back of my head that went, something's not quite right here. And there's different reasons for that. But who's to say that software development isn't the final stage? And it could evolve
thoroughly hope
even
it is.
more. I could discover something different, something related. I enjoy doing these sort of chats and videos. So there's always a part of me that wants to basically be some sort of Joe Rogan type character where I just record my chats with people, because, a lot of the people I meet in, I guess, my prior circles of personal development and digital nomads, they're usually pretty cool and interesting people.
Yeah, totally.
So who knows, that might become a factor in the future. But yeah, there's my journey to this stage in a little nutshell.
Fantastic, man.
So yeah, all over the shop.
I can tell, yeah. But that's also useful to kind of see, someone who dabbled with so many different things and made an attempt to find the thing that you like, and be aware of the fact that you don't want to be doing a 9 to 5 in a job you hate, but looking for things that will work for you, right? So I think it's quite cool to see you try and see you fail. Quite honestly, I've been there to some degree as well, and I bet a lot of people that are going to be listening to this chat will have felt the same way. Like, a lot of people in general feel this way, that either they're doing something they don't really like, or they've been trying to find something and they still fail to kind of land something interesting. Yeah. When it comes to programming itself, it's something that we said many times already previously, is that I come from a perspective of being an advocate that just about anybody can learn to code. The difference is whether you enjoy doing it. So I think the difference between, whether you are capable of doing code, whether your brain is big enough, that's the kind of argument a lot of times we'll hear. One of the ones you brought up, actually, that I'm too old to learn code, is another one that you hear quite frequently. Whilst what I'm trying to say is that if you like it, if you find something that's enjoyable there, like you have, like I have, like, any of the other coders that are out there have found, then it's not a matter of how big is your brain, whether you're a scientific person or a very humanistic person. Obviously, I'm generalizing. I don't want to say that there aren't exceptions here, but in general, I feel that there is a significant portion of population that just believes they aren't capable of doing it, and they essentially are, right? So. It's interesting to see that you came from that perspective of someone who was almost doubting himself whether he would be able to jump on the train. And I'm blown away by the fact that, here we are 9 months later and you have a job, right? Pretty much. If anything, I think this kind of, underlines, rather than proves, it doesn't really prove any hypotheses that we may bring up that, everybody can do it. But if anything, it underlines some important factors about, how much can be done if you are passionate about something and how strong some superstitions and kind of prejudgments can be onto ourselves, preventing us from doing what we potentially could be very good at and be very happy doing. So I think that's a good thing to start with.
I've also starting to see a lot of parallels in my previous career, with the coaching. I mean, that was what I would call a limiting belief. I just thought, I need to know lots of math to become a programmer. I've left it too late. There's too many languages. I ain't going to bother. But then, just speaking to 2 or 3 people, yourself as one of them, made me realise, actually, something that I had in my head for like 20 years, because I'd always met software developers and they always seemed like they enjoyed their job and they were always on a solid career path, and I always envied them in some respects.
These were all lies, man. Yeah, no, it's not.
But you're right. I mean, you mentioned the keyword motivation. I mean, I had a massive internal drive to do this, I guess for 2 reasons. One, I wanted to get on this path just to, I guess, sort my life out, because I'd been sort of floating, and I wouldn't say in my head, these career changes were iterations moving forward rather than job hopping. I don't like that, let me try something else. It was always, okay, well, I like this aspect of it and I like that, but not that. What other careers tick these boxes but bring in another element? So it was always, I was almost like agile for job hunting, for job careers. I just coined that. That's pretty good, isn't it?
Nice, yeah.
But yeah, definitely, like, Dinesh is the other guy I spoke to right at the start, and he said I wouldn't say he warned me, but he said, look, if you're not motivated, you're going to struggle on this journey. And I didn't know whether I was enough at the time, because it was sort of early doors, but the hours that I put in demonstrated that I was motivated. And you mentioned the other keyword, enjoyment. I really enjoyed doing it, and I still do. Like, that ability and desire to learn that I didn't have when I was 17, it's monstrous at the age I'm at now, and that's beneficial for this career.
Absolutely.
And, just for me in general, I mean, I love learning. Even on days off, I get agitated if I'm not doing anything or reading something about psychology or something that can make my life better or someone else's life better. So that's a good trait, and I think I was aware that the traits that I'd built up and the experience that I built up, all of it would translate into this career. So music production, a lot of similarities. NGO work, that was project-based work, so that gave me the project. I didn't actually do any project managements, but I'd been part of a project where you're constantly checking in with people, what you done today, what help do you need with other stuff. So, and then obviously the coaching gave me the soft skills and the communication.
Yeah,
and
that's right. Very important.
I knew that once I got my foot in the door, all of those skills would come back and come in handy. So it was never like I wasted all that time doing other random jobs. So that's one thing I'd like to sort of point out for our listeners is all of your experiences can be relevant, and even though you might not notice them, you'll end up realizing maybe once you've got the job, you're like, I've done something similar to this before. It was 20 years ago and in a completely different industry, but I get this. And yeah, that's a nice thing. It's a comforting thing to know that even though you don't know a specific technology, you've got other skills that you can bring to the table, and that's going to help you and your team and essentially the company as well.
Absolutely. No, you're underlining something super important. I think also when it comes down to more specifically writing your CVs and cover letters, it's very easy to fall in the trap of, well, I just don't know, rather than do I maybe know something that is relevant, that is related, that puts me into the right position for this particular application. Although you're describing more of a mindset here to just kind of have that reinforcement with you as you're going forward. I think you could even look at it from the flip side and think, well, where you do fail at something, when your business fails, when your project fails, whatever it fails, always look at it from a perspective of, well, but this has definitely reinforced my future. This has definitely benefited me, because 3 years from now, I will be taking, I'll be doing something that's in some way relevant to what I'm doing right now. I don't see it yet, but everything that you do, even if you fail at it, will in some way influence the future, and in some way is helpful. So it's a good kind of thing to keep in mind too. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of mindset work in there as well. And I think that's because of the stuff that I'd learned over the last sort of 3 or 4 years in terms of how you deal with, quote, failure, definitely helped, because I knew even when I was switching careers, I never thought of it as failure. It was like I'd been gathering data. And it's almost like I guess it's a science as well, because you have a hypothesis. I like this career. You go and check it. You go and do it. You get some data. Kind of, but not quite. Okay, let me have a new hypothesis. Maybe if I do this instead of that, maybe that'll work.
That's
so
right.
it's never. I never viewed it as failure, and even thought that, even if I do start coding and don't enjoy it, I still had other things that I would, go and check out, because I think one of the reasons I sort of floated for so long was because I was waiting for that dream job to just land in my lap, and it was only when I had some sort of realization, or must have read it somewhere, that ain't going to happen, or at least it's a 1 in a million chance where someone will just come up to you and go, "Oh, Sam, we've got this job here and we thought of you." And it's like, you've got to go out there and be proactive, and you've got to figure out what your dream job is to then even attempt to go and get it. So you have to be proactive. And again, that's a skill and a mindset that I'd cultured over the last couple of years, and that's what I took into this journey was, let me just try it, see how far I get on. If it doesn't work, I'll just iterate again. But lo and behold, I stuck with it, and even the first Codecademy Learn to Code tutorial I did, within like 10 minutes, I was like, I like this. This is how my brain works: logic, systems, workflow, modularity, organization. I was like, yes, wicked. I reckon I'll be good at this.
Yeah, no, good. Fantastic. Yeah, you're mentioning a lot of interesting things. Almost, I feel like a lot of these subjects could be a story of its own. How to go with this sort of a mindset, I think from a perspective of somebody who is giving you some mentoring advice, it was great to work with your approach. It was great to see how open you were to feedback, how kind of vulnerable you got, and how moldable you were as we were progressing. Nothing kind of felt personal. I believe in the 9 months we've been doing this journey, there has been maybe one moment when I felt like I'm pressing you too hard. Was all the other time, and that maybe I should step back. Was all the other times I could confidently say it was easy for me to shape your path. And you trusted that, some of the experience I have helps you navigate amongst the choices that you could be making, which I think is super important. If you would have gone into this journey thinking, oh, I know best because I did a bootcamp, or I did this tutorial at the beginning, or I imagined it in this way, and now you break this imagination of mine and turn it into something else. So instinctively our brains often will refuse to let go of things, right? If you went into this with this sort of a mindset, I believe both for you and for me, it would have been so much more difficult, right? So I think that's another little nugget here that be able to be moldable, to be flexible, and to allow yourself to constantly kind of reiterate and be wrong about things that you're saying or you're believing in right now. Something that I actually covered in another video of mine, the principle of strong opinions loosely held. Believe in something, but let go of it. Let go of it. The moment somebody proves you wrong, don't take it as an ego kind of a situation. More of a help. This is help. This is nice. This is pointing me in the right direction, right? So I think key thing that you already have got from, I believe, coaching, but potentially from some other things, is exactly that right mindset that allowed you to be open, essentially be open to a lot of the things that we're doing. And that just promoted our interactions, and your learning in such a great way, Fantastic.
Yeah, thank you, mate. Yeah, the inner work, as they call it, just removing the ego. And we kind of touched upon it at the beginning of the session in terms of, I was only sort of half playing it down when I got the job. I think because, I mean, we're going a bit sort of deep into psychology here, but I'm quite like stoical in as much that I tend, either by practice or by chance, I take the emotion out of things a lot of the time. So because I knew that it would be a roller coaster. So, you know, if I hadn't have got this job and I put all of my effort and emotion and soul into it, if I hadn't have got it, it would have been and it could have been not a catastrophe, but a lot worse. So it's almost like you can detach from the outcome. So again, we're going deep into mindset skills, but that's something that I brought into this is I'm open to being wrong. I know it's going to be an emotional roller coaster, so let me just stick to what I can do and can control, which is get up every day and code, and eventually it'll happen. You just got to keep going. So,
Mate, very, very important things you're saying. I think, you know, it's almost like we don't have a method for this. There is no sort of, you know, oh, this is how your mindset worked. You just told yourself, don't get attached to stuff too much and do your best to do this. And on top of that, just do the systematic things that you can do, which is get up, do the work, put in the hours, log them, make sure you're not slacking off. Was everything else was just sort of, you know, oh, there was like, you know, magical method that prevented you from getting over attached. You just did your best, right? And maybe in some cases you did get attached. But I think a key thing here is to tell yourself these things. It's fine to be wrong. It's fine to fail. It's fine to be sort of try to be consistent and do my best to get there. I will not be perfect at it, but if I get it 70% through, I'm already doing a much better effort if I were riding that emotional roller coaster and were going through all these difficult moments, right? That's I think, you know, to kind of just say that we're not talking about any sort of, I believe we're not talking about any sort of like systematic methods that you implement to keep yourself stoic, like you beat yourself with a whip every night to make sure you're not too happy or anything along these lines, right? It was more like, yeah, well, things happen, and I could definitely see a lot of that stoicism in you. I practice a more kind of a kind of cut down version of stoicism, which is where I'm very stoic until I succeed. When I succeed, I make sure I celebrate, because I think giving yourself good credit and a good is worth it. You know, like just those that pump that you can get from it. It's a lot of, you know, endorphins going to kick into your brain, and it's healthy. So up to a certain point, it's good to be stoic. Past a certain point, I think it's good to pat yourself on the back, buy yourself a nice dinner, you know,
good point.
whatnot.
Yeah,
right?
Give myself a day off from the self-flagellation. Oh, mate, well done, mate, you did it. No, you have a valid point, because that's it. It's almost because I take away, by removing the emotion, it means I don't get these, but conversely, it means I also don't experience these as much. Yeah, and it's just more of a solid plane. But yeah, something to keep an eye on going forward. I like your system. Be stoic, and then if something good does happen, celebrate it.
Fucking A. Get out the window now and it's raining. Fucking A. Yeah.
So getting a little bit more into the details of what actually happened these 9 months, could we maybe go back and try to like analyze in a little bit more detail what happened each month? Because essentially we have 9 months, just about as long as it takes for a baby to develop randomly. So your baby have grown within you, Sam. Your baby being your part of your brain, part of your body. That was the programmer, Sam, has grown within the 9 months. January till September, even nicer, because you align itself with the not so fortunate year 2020. So how about we go and kind of try to see what did you do month by month and how these months went and how you felt at each of these stages to try to understand this journey itself. So starting with January, where were you in January?
Let's start a month before that, because I think this is a vital point.
Okay.
In December, I made the decision to go, quote, balls deep with this. So I think that, although that wasn't starting the work, it kicked a switch that was like, right, New Year's coming, I'm in. Let me go whole hog on this. So just making a commitment to myself and my future career path, having that decision was a very vital step in the journey. So then by the time we got to... actually, no, because I think in December, that was when I first looked at Codecademy. And I think this was even before I spoke to you about it. I was like, well, let me just go and find a basic tutorial, see if I like it, because it might be that I can't do it and I don't enjoy it. So I did a Code Academy. I think it was Learn to Code, so it wasn't even language specific. It was just explaining functions and loops and stuff.
Okay.
And I really enjoyed it. And then sort of, we had Christmas, New Year, didn't really do too much.
So
But then by
at
January,
that stage already, you decided you want to do web development. Was that right?
I knew I was on the right path. Within 10 minutes of doing that tutorial, I was like, wicked. Yeah, I like this. So I had no concept. I think I'd maybe heard of CSS and JavaScript, but just the concept of coding, I was like, okay, I like how this is going. And it was one of the things that I wouldn't say I struggled with coaching, is I wanted to reverse engineer coaching.
Yeah.
And you can't really do that. You can to some degree, but it's more like proper deep, powerful coaching happens organically. You can't like reverse engineer a coaching session and say, if they say, it's almost, I was trying to put coding framework over it. If they say this, then I'll do this line of questioning. And then they get their result. We run the function of write all this down, and then we do an async call and check in with them next week. That was kind of what I always wanted to do with coaching, was just almost have a pure function. Like if you put in the same result, put in the same arguments, you get the same result every time. But coaching is so hit and miss.
I love these comparisons.
Human element.
Jeez.
So exactly. Yeah. So as soon as I got into a paradigm where I could control the output and understood the workflow, I was like, yes, wicked. This is kind of what I missed in coaching. So that was December, and then January. Yeah.
Just before you move there, I just want to kind of answer that question as well. So you went ahead with CSS, HTML, JavaScript. Did you consider doing Python, Java, C++? There were, I mean, you must have heard at that stage already, there are other fields in software development that you could potentially look into. Or have you? What was the decision there? Because you ended up becoming a web developer. I think I agree. Yeah. It's one of the most approachable paths to become a programmer. I haven't gone through that path, and I can see how much more difficult it is to start coding with C++ as opposed to JavaScript.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, at which stage have you decided? Have you decided that already back in December after those few initial talks and having had a look at Code Academy, or how is it that you ended up being a web developer?
don't think I knew enough at that stage, because I hadn't even, I remember creating a coding document, like a Google Doc, which I do for a lot of things, and it only had 5 lines on it. It was like, here's HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and that's kind of all I knew, mainly because that was what I could see on the Code Academy sort of syllabus.
Okay.
But also it was around the time that I did that first non-language specific tutorial, or it wasn't even a tutorial, it was like a course. That's when I thought, okay, let me go and speak to someone who does this as a job. And I spoke to yourself and Dinesh.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't say you guys pointed me in the direction of front-end web development, but it was more, I think because at that time I was keen to just get a job and get a stable income, that I wanted to go, not the easier route, but I hadn't really. That just seemed to be the common answer that most people say. Start with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and then once you do those 3, then you can kind of branch off and decide what you want to do. And that's the general consensus I got.
Okay. So kind of going ahead, you already knew you were going to go with web development, essentially. So January onwards, that was
but not before I'd spoken to you guys.
To us, yeah.
And
cool.
looking back, that was
December. I mean, obviously,
it was early January.
Oh, was it already? Okay, cool.
Yeah. But even then, I mean, it was, so I had those chats, and then, so that gave me my first sort of roadmap, so to speak. It was like, okay, well, I know Code Academy's got an HTML course, they've got a CSS one, and I don't even think I'd heard of Bootstrap by then. So I just got up every morning and just worked my way through them. I take notes a lot in Google documents. I don't think I rarely refer back to them, but it just almost consolidates the knowledge. If I'm, computing what I'm learning and placing it in a document, it helps me remember it rather than just sort of leave it in the ether.
No, very good advice. So your brain rephrases some of these things, and that solidifies that knowledge.
Yeah.
So, good practice.
So January was pretty much HTML. February I then moved on to CSS, and I think around this time you sort of mentioned Bootstrap to me, or at least, working with a CSS. Would it be library or framework? I should know this by now.
CSS is a language. Bootstrap is a
I'm glad I'm not the only
framework.
one. But yeah, you know what I mean. Like something you can use with CSS.
Jeez, let's Google that.
And then sort of did just a little bit of Sass.
Library. That's the answer. Library.
Yeah. And started to enjoy that because when you just start with HTML, you can't see too much. It doesn't look that good. And you kind of look at other websites and you think, what are they doing on there that looks completely different to my bunch of blue text here? And that's when you start to think, right, okay. And then you start to look at other websites and you can say, I can see what they've done there. Wicked. So that was February. So I'm looking at some notes on here.
Yeah, fine. Yeah.
And then March, again, Codecademy just seemed like the next logical step. JavaScript basics. Okay, let me start that. And that was quite a jump, I would say, at that stage. Because I wanted to fly through the Codecademy stuff until I got to a block and then go back and sort of reinforce the stuff. But I wanted to keep going until I got to that ceiling. And that was
I seem to remember that. Yeah, I think I remember that because that course was getting to quite advanced stuff quite early on.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Unbeknownst to me. I mean, there's some of the stuff I still haven't finished now.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was quite a big jump because I remember the mindset of where I was around sort of February, March. It was like, because when I was doing, like my main resources were basically Codecademy sort of set my curriculum and it gave me sort of the main chunks of things. Okay, you need to learn this, you need to learn this, and you need to learn this. But as well, alongside that, I was using YouTube a lot. So Traversy and DevEd, they were my go-to guys. So they had tutorials on these things. But I remember first coming across functionality in JavaScript because basically when you start, you're just developing a static website that you've got some text, you've got some images, make it lay out, and if you're good enough, or if you want to make it mobile, responsive, and all that. But I was like, in the back of my head, I was thinking, but where's the interesting stuff where you can make stuff, do stuff, and how do apps work? And it took me ages to figure out how JavaScript fit into that, because at that time it was when you learn HTML, CSS, the only JavaScript you start seeing is maybe if a button does something. But when you look at that JavaScript code, you think, what the fuck is that?
Yeah,
even
it makes
if it's
no
one
sense,
function,
even, doesn't it? Yeah,
no,
a lot of these
all.
tutorials are just
not at
bizarre.
all.
Just to prove a point, they'll show a functionality that you, as a person from the outside, try to think, who would ever do that on their website? That's just pointless. That teaches you very little about why JavaScript is integrated in there, because you're just doing these random prints in the console log. I understand on one side it's about learning, but I think it's the kind of the switch into understanding where these components integrate together can be quite challenging at a time, right? And try to see where does JavaScript come in, and later, I suppose, even more where frameworks come in and how do they enhance that all together, right? But we'll get into that in a minute. But yeah, very good point. Absolutely.
Yeah, because I think because I was self-taught and didn't have a curriculum, there was always that risk of me omitting stuff or not fully comprehending stuff before moving on. So yeah, when I was doing the JavaScript, I did get to that level when we were looking at, I can't even remember, like getters and setters. And even then, like, I was 3 months in looking at getters and setters. That's that's quite advanced for a 3-month noob. So then I was like, oh shit, JavaScript's pretty hard.
Right.
But then, I think that's when we first started talking and you said, right, what do you know so far? And I said, I do this, and this. Okay, well, let's do a little project. Like, you've just learnt Bootstrap, and you said, okay, well, go and build me like a website using Bootstrap. You can stick whatever you want in it. Just show me that you can, use Bootstrap and you can get stuff showing on the screen. And I was like, oh, all right. Okay, cool. So I went off and did that. That was my first sort of foray away from just copying tutorials, because it is such a false sense of security when you do a tutorial, you finish it, and you go, yeah, I built that, whatever.
Yeah.
But you don't know it. You don't know it at all until you've started fiddling with it or built it yourself. And even that's something simple as, okay, do me a 3-page Bootstrap site. I was like, oh, all right, okay, I've got to work this out myself. So there was a lot of Googling involved, a lot of fiddling, and that was a great first step into again, if we're talking in sort of baby terms, 9 months, it's learning how to walk on your own or taking the stabilizers off the bike. So that was my first entry into that. And then
I remember actually around the time is exactly when we were looking at that Code Academy list, and one thing I do remember is that it took me a little bit of convincing to make you skip some of the points on that list. That was interesting that they have arranged this course in a particular order that has gotten into things that somebody who's been doing JavaScript for a month should not even be thinking about, should not remotely be interested about some of these things. I remember acing a weight was one of these things that at the time I also believed was a lot harder than it is in JavaScript, due to the fact that I've been actively using async await in Python, and it just happens that in Python it's a little bit more of a difficult thing to get to. Later we actually saw that wrapping your head around promises and async await was quite a bit of a challenge. So I think that call was nonetheless a good call, but it's kind of easy to fall into the trap of somebody has written up this entire course. Therefore, that probably is a good idea if I just go through them one by one. And you run into these super advanced concepts super early on, and you can burn yourself quite easily. You can burn yourself and think, damn, like programming is so much harder than I think, not knowing that maybe just the arrangement of things isn't quite right there. I think maybe that just, if anything, that highlights necessity to bounce off some of your ideas and the progress you're going through with another person, whether it's a mentor or a friend who knows a little bit more. Just have someone to check up with and say, I'm planning to spend the next couple of months looking into these particular things in JavaScript, in whatever programming language I'm learning, to have them maybe highlight some of these issues that with that progress, with that career path, right? So I think that was just one thing I wanted to add on this stage, because that's, once you reminded me of that, because I actually quite frankly forgot about that list. You're right. We did look into that, and there was a good thing that we did shift things around, and later get into that.
It's a very valid point you make, because without your input on that, I'd have got stuck and probably got frustrated. I wouldn't have given up, but I'd have thought, like, why is this so hard? It was just, I was using it as a curriculum basis, but you're right. Having other input from people that know what's worthwhile learning, because it's not a knock against Code Academy, because all of those concepts are worth learning. It's just, and this is the key concept with our roadmaps, is at what stage do you learn them?
Exactly.
Because if you start off with React and you don't know anything about HTML, you might struggle. So that's one thing about having input, proactively going and speaking to people that do this as a job, that can say, okay, leave that for now, concentrate on this. These things will be worthwhile to get you into a good position to apply for a job, because some of it, I mean, it's all under the language, but some of it just gets utilized a lot more, and some of it's more relevant. Again, that depends on where you're going.
True.
But yeah, great point. And I think without your input there, I would have hit some sort of wall.
Yeah, cool, nice. All right, so we went through that. Then you did that Bootstrap project, and that was still a static website. I believe there was very little JavaScript happening there, right?
Zero
even, right? And from there we moved on to now we're talking end of March.
End of March. Yeah, so March we continued with the JavaScript basics, and we jumped into frameworks. Or at least I think I was keen to just jump into frameworks. With hindsight, it was probably a little early, but also it highlighted to me what JavaScript fundamentals I didn't know, and also what fundamentals I'd need to know to then use in the frameworks. Because again, there's so many concepts within JavaScript. Not all of them get used frequently, depending on where you go with it. So I think your suggestion was to me was have a look at, I guess, the main three, Angular, Vue, and React. Do a really basic, I think you said just do a Hello World tutorial in all three. See which one you like.
That's right, yeah. That's what we did. Yeah.
And I was like, okay, cool. And interestingly, I'd watched a documentary on Vue around that time. And
I think that too. Yeah.
I liked the idea of it. I liked the ethos. But then I also watched another one that was more about how many jobs are available. And I thought, well, React makes a more solid sense to me at this stage if I'm looking for jobs. And then by then I'd already done about 3 or 4 more tutorials in React, so kind of was already on that path and thought, well, might as well continue. Because one thing I realise now is, even whichever one you learn, you can still transfer that knowledge into the other one, give or take. So it's not as important as I made out in terms of I've got to pick the right framework, because just understanding, I guess, model view controllers and how they work and that kind of stuff. So ended up doing a couple of basic tutorials in React. Again, tutorials, following along, not really building anything. And I think by that stage I'd been sort of fairly active on Instagram, I guess, coming from the digital nomad and the coaching side of things, and saw a lot of people doing something called the 100 Days of Code Challenge. So I'd had it on my list of maybe I could do that, and actually decided to do it. I think it was like the back end of March I started.
Okay.
So it was an interesting time to start because I dabbled with a bit of React at that time, but really didn't understand a lot of it. I was looking at the code and thinking, I don't know what that bit does, don't know what that bit does, don't know what that bit does. But that helped me with my next roadmap. It was like, okay, understand what that bit does. Understand what that bit does. Is it coming from React or is it vanilla JavaScript? So that was really cool. So then I had sort of 2 Google documents. I'd have a JavaScript one and a React one, and almost like a list of things to learn. And, things like JSX, that's a React thing.
A subcomponent.
Whereas map is, although it's used a lot in the framework, it's vanilla JavaScript. So, okay, we'll go and learn that concept, go and learn that. So that was, it was almost, how to explain it? Humbling, because I thought, I'm already on React and Vue and I've already done 4 months, but I didn't know shit, basically.
Class.
So the first couple of videos, I remember my day one of 100 Days of Code was talking about arrow functions, and I didn't even really know what a function was. That's exactly, like that JavaScript knowledge wasn't there at all. So it's almost like I got as far as React, but then had to come back 3 or 4 steps to then build back up with a solid knowledge. So I remember, day one was literally looking at what a function is, what an expression, declaration, and then go and understand what arrow functions are. And some of our chats later on, we realized that I didn't really understand the syntax, and you were syntax around, okay, well, which is a function and which is an object. Like, I'd managed to get as far into React and not know these fundamental things. And you expertly realized where my gaps were and said, okay, well, leave React for now, go and understand how you create a function, what an object is, how you can define an object, and what's the syntax is, just knowing the difference between curly brackets and parentheses. That hadn't really sunk in for me yet. So again, having that input from someone else really highlighted what to learn and when. Put React on pause, go back and understand basic JavaScript, understand what it looks like, how to read it. And then through those 100 days, I built back up into React, and then we started doing, I think May was, we did our weather app. So you kindly sort of started curating little challenges for me, because you could see where my gaps were. You could see a rough roadmap, which at that stage was basically HTML, CSS, JavaScript, framework. And then in my head, it was, okay, then it's portfolio, and then it's apply for jobs.
That's right.
So I remember there was, I had that timescale in my head, but in your head, because you knew what was involved, it was a little longer, that roadmap, which I think might have been around May time when we did our first app, which was the weather app.
Beginning of May, yeah.
I think we might have started to discuss. I was like, boy, am I ready to go and get a job now? I've done one project. Yeah. And you very kindly you told me I wasn't ready.
Yeah, so I think we were doing these review calls every maybe month or so throughout this journey since February. It was around May that we started recording them and making them, I think, bi-weekly at this stage. It upgraded to weekly calls at some point, and even a few times a week at the very end of it. I think that the chronology of things also was that once we got through that weather app is when I kind of made that challenge for you to use an external API using Open Weather Map API. And there was a bit of a React component being used there. There's a little bit of CSS and HTML obviously that you had to use. And I believe, is once we did that, and maybe even the next app is when we got to a stage when we realized, hold on, there's still a load of gaps going on, and we need to go back to like solidifying that fundamental JavaScript knowledge. I believe even like some part of it came from you, because I know that you suggested these things. We'll get into that in just a minute, so let's not jump ahead of ourselves. Around April, May is when we essentially were like making these decisions about which framework to go with. I do remember these talks that we went through, and you picking up React. Absolutely. One thing I'll probably add here is that, as much as as switching a framework is doable, especially at the beginning, I feel it will be a little bit more time taking. So it may indeed take you a little bit longer to get into a new framework. So it's a good thing that you spend that time and try to sort of figure out what would be the good call at that time already. So that you would be able to confidently go ahead with React in your case, right? But you're right. Yeah, we got to May. We set up this first challenge. I think I have to say also from my perspective here, right? It might have seemed like I was putting a ton of effort, but essentially we're maybe spending an hour and a half on a call every 2 weeks. And then on top of that, I would have to put 10 minutes in to just script that little challenge for you. I put them in the text format, just send them over to you. It doesn't take long to actually think of a simple example like that. In some cases, I had to think a little bit longer, and I would test an API, like the Open Weather Map API you used for the first challenge, just to make sure that I'm not throwing you towards a challenge you can't even complete. But the point for me was there to kind of to provide you with something that's a little bit more than a tutorial. And I feel this is exactly when we started recognizing with that first app that we built, with the weather app, the concept of tutorial hell, something that I don't know if you coined it or you read it somewhere else, but I love that term. So good. Because until then, what you were doing, essentially, you were going to a website, to a YouTube video, to whatever else you were following, and you were just, you were looking at a tutorial, opening your VS Code, and almost, well, I know you weren't copy-pasting it, right? But you were essentially just following through, and by the end of it, you would have had a working React component. Let's talk about how completely different it is to do that as opposed to a specification given to you by someone, or the one you wrote up yourself. I would like to build a calculator. I would like to build an app that reads weather or turns my lights on or whatever, right? And just think, okay, step one, what the hell do I even do, right? And step two, what do I do after that? And you think, like, I don't know. All that time, right? It would be somebody else taking my hand and just leading me the way. And now you have to come up with these things yourself. So something I think also is maybe quite difficult to kind of pick out of tutorials. Not often it's, not often tutorials will throw you into doing things like that. More often they will focus on a single skill, on a single technology that you have to use and learn, kind of, assuming that skill of turning specification, whether it's in your head or written, into, a number of steps they need to take to complete a particular app is something that isn't so easy to acquire, right? So I remember that moment that we realized that this was the problem. You told me this essentially and highlighted that. And I remember you speaking about it quite a lot in your Instagram daily kind of videos. That was quite big of a breakthrough, I think, around that time, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because you're right. The weather app was relatively simple for me because I'd done a tutorial that just used a different API the week before, and you said try not to just copy and paste, but I was like looking at it going, okay, well if I just switch that bit out, and I was like, okay, there it is, wicked. Yeah. React Master. Right. And it was only the second project where there was no tutorial. It was a project that we sort of both thought would be quite a good one, which was the coaching question generator, which once you know a bit about JavaScript, you go, okay, well, it's just you've got an array of questions and you just have to randomly pick one from that array. That frame of looking at it didn't exist when I started that project. I didn't understand, where do you even start with this? Because the first project was more, I think if I remember your words, it was having data in a view. So go get data from somewhere, display it. When you're adding more functionality, like having something that does something and moves, that's where I really sort of struggled. And tutorial hell isn't my phrase. I think I must have picked it up, but it didn't resonate with me at the time because I hadn't hit it, and I thought, no, I'll be all right. I'm all right. But my word, that project was easily the hardest part of the journey because it got to the stage it was mentally overwhelming because you don't know where to start. And the thing that I struggled with at that stage was I had no ability to debug, and I was so scared of trying something in case it went wrong and then a red error message came up that would then piss me off. I almost froze. I was like, fuck. I remember it was a really, just a frustrating period, because even, I'd be doing my coding in the morning and my mood would be affected for the whole day. And people could see it. They were like, "Are you all right, mate?" I'm like, yeah, just a bit, trying to do this coding stuff. And it killed me. It killed me for like a week. But it's because I didn't know what to do after the thing that I tried didn't work. And that's when we realized that was an issue, and we looked at being able to understand what those error messages mean, which is another skill in itself. Because if you can decipher the error message, you've got a rough idea of what you've done wrong, and also a rough idea of what you can do differently. But if you can't read those error messages, it's like, well, I've just got to take another random shot in the dark and hope that works. And that's the catch-22 I was in at that stage.
Man, I'm there's a big part of me that I feel, there's a lesson in all that journey for you. Hopefully there's a lesson for a lot of people that are listening right now too. There's a massive lesson for myself. I feel I wish I had recognized that this was happening sooner, So there were possibly some clues that I could use to read that you were indeed in that tutorial hell. You were struggling to do that, specification to steps, translation in your head when you were coding. You didn't know where to start. And on top of that, you were having troubles with debugging. Later, in fact, we uncovered even more errors errors. I think other things that we could have improved upon that like my coding mentality assumes that it will happen, but like I totally misread that you would be doing it too, and you weren't. So it's important, as you are mentoring somebody else as well, to be very acute to these things that are essential and so important and so key to your progress. If we didn't fix these things, it would be a big issue essentially for you to go forward and still not know how to debug, right? And still read these error messages and just have no idea. So once we step back and we did a few of these sessions when I shown you debugger, I shown you how to put console logs, how to put breakpoints in there. A lot of that obviously you were picking up on your own. So our sessions were kind of part me giving you advice and kind of putting you back on track, and a little bit as well doing actual work with code and reviewing some of the code you wrote, right? So there's a bit of both there. So once we managed to pick up on these things that were missing, the most burning, the most kind of missing things in your skill set, things kind of started getting a little bit easier for you. And I just myself, I think it's important as a mentor to be capable of recognizing these situations, right? So it's not just about, I know things, so I will tell you, Sam, which way to go, right? Or I can look at your code and I can tell you what's wrong with a minute. Or I can spend an hour explaining to you the difference between promises and acing await. It's not about how much I know at some point. It's about understanding the problem that you're struggling with and digging into it and getting a little bit deeper and trying to see, the reason why you are stuck on this thing for 3 hours is because to you this message means nothing. Like my mind goes like, cannot read a parameter map of undefined. I go, dang, this line of code, right? I would have never thought that you looking at the code, that error message would have gone through, I might just change line 74. Maybe that will, fix it. That you don't have that capability at that stage, right? So it's an important part of tutoring essentially and mentoring somebody. I suppose, you could argue I became more of your tutor at these moments more than a mentor itself. But essentially, to be support to someone like yourself would be to look for exactly these moments, not just the gaps in the knowledge that are kind of obvious and screaming, Sam, you need to learn React, you need to learn how to use GitHub, but see where are these very kind of burning key points that you'd be missing and highlight them and try to help you overcome these, right? And that has been happening also later in the future. We'll get into that. That's another burning issue that we discovered later, much later on, which I'm also super happy we did find in the end. But it only shows how hard it may be sometimes to realize that there are things that are missing, right? So there was another thing I didn't catch until the day we were applying for the job already. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay, well, I'll keep it a secret, and we'll get into that the moment that we get into it. Okay. Anyway, so we did manage to get on top of debugging, get on top of get out of tutorial hell. I also remember I was at a time that you struggled a little bit to grasp a scope of your app, and we got into kind of trying to nail down the task at hand to tiny steps. So I showed you this method of essentially writing pseudocode in comments that you're about to be filling in with your proper code to break things down into just kind of these chunks. Okay, well, I'll just make a comment that this is where my component has to go and it has to do this. And this is a function of that component, it has to do that. This is a little subcomponent here that has to do this and that. First, just kind of laying it out using comments, and only then getting into this mentality of, what is the next smallest thing that I can do to accomplish my task? Don't think about the end project. Don't think about the end product. Don't think about what will be. Think about, okay, well, I need to build the next Facebook. What will be the first smallest thing I could do right now to move in the direction of ending up with Facebook at the end of it, right? This may not be the good advice for, professional, mid to senior developers. You know this, and probably will get more of that essentially it's good to plan ahead a little bit more, but especially when you're learning, when you're in early stages and you struggle to grasp your head around bigger projects, it sometimes is a very good idea to just say, what's the tiniest bit I can do? I could probably put together an HTML page and fill it with a few forms and maybe a button, and I could try to introduce a user class that maybe will have a name and a surname and a list of friends as an array, right? So like you start asking these silly little questions and you think, well, this is not Facebook. I'm like, yeah, but you're not meant to be doing Facebook in step one. You're meant to end up with Facebook. But step one, what is the smallest thing that you could do? And if there's even further breakdowns you can do and go even more granular, then do that and get into this first little piece of code you can write to just get you started. And that mentality, I think, also kind of make some progress into helping you turn the specification into the business specification into actual steps that you could take, right? Do you wanna talk about that a bit more?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Because I think around that time I started to read about like high-level architecture and how to plan a project, essentially. So just having a few steps to do before you even start thinking about code. How can you approach this problem? What aspects of JavaScript can you utilize? And what functionality do you need? So even just breaking it down to sort of mid-level before you even then go on to, granular level coding. But yeah, high-level architecture alongside pseudocode were two also very, very important stages. Because again, without having that knowledge, you don't know where to start, what to start with, well, I know I want to do this, but how do I do that in JavaScript? I know what I need to do conceptually, and this kind of runs on to the other thing that we did in June, was it sort of, once I did the pseudocode, I could write what I wanted to do, but I still couldn't quite do it in JavaScript. I knew conceptually what to do, but didn't really understand the syntax or how to execute that. So that highlighted a few sort of JavaScript fundamental gaps. And that's what got us, what I coined the JavaScript Gym. So we almost put React on hold again.
Yep.
And just spent, Edabit was the website that I used, and just started right at the bottom on really piss easy functions, but just getting used to writing a function. I'd never really done that before. Or I'd either copied it from a tutorial or maybe only wrote 3 functions per project because the projects were so small that, once you get that function working, you're onto something else and you forget what a function is and how to write it. So those skills really got improved over that month, which was June, was going down the JavaScript Gym, doing real basic functions. And the website was really cool. It's like, here's your little challenge, here's a bit of code, make that code work. And every time you type in something, it would either say, yes, you did it, or not quite. And you had to do some debugging. Okay, well, how come 3 of these work, but that 4th one didn't? How can I change my function that it still ticks the 3, but also now does the 4th? So just that ability to iterate and understand, again, because I think they give you the error messages there. So if it says, cannot find property of undefined, that sentence meant nothing to me a couple of weeks prior. Like I didn't even think about Googling it. I just didn't even register the concept of the computer telling me what I was doing wrong. It was like I was looking over here and go, oh, I don't know what's wrong. And the computer's there going, mate, it's undefined. It's undefined.
Yeah. And what that means,
I just didn't have that ability.
Totally. That's the problem of tutorial hell. Everything works. There's no bugs.
Yeah.
Where would you read and learn about that if everything works, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, not every tutorial works, and that was what was, I think, almost lulled me into a false sense of security. Is every now and again something wouldn't work in the tutorial because it was either outdated or maybe one of us had done a typo, and I'd figured out a lot of those issues. So I was like, even if it doesn't work, I can work it out. But it was like so minor that it made me think that I knew more than I did. But yeah, just the JavaScript Gym, the pseudocode, because I remember it's almost laughable how easy some of those challenges were on Edabit. But like even something so simple would sometimes took me 2 hours to do. But then the more I would do, the time I would take would be less. And because I'd done all those ones prior, I was like, this is similar to that one. If I just do that.
Yeah.
And I needed to go through that process just to be able to think in JavaScript. And I think I likened it to my language abilities in as much that I can read Spanish, I can hear Spanish and comprehend Spanish, but I'm not very good at speaking it. So it's two very different skills, being able to read and understand, but then being able to speak. And it was the same in JavaScript. I could kind of read the code, but couldn't write it myself. Because when the input's coming to you, you can translate it and you can decipher it. You've got content there. Whereas when you're speaking or whether you're writing your own code, you need to create that from nothing, and that's a whole different skill. So that's
a really good analogy.
Yeah, that was something that really, it made me want to go down the gym and build up that speaking muscle, because it evidently wasn't as strong as I thought it was, and it was really sort of hindering my progress, really.
Cool. Yeah, no, I'm really glad we actually did do that and recognize that this was useful. And I could totally see the moment we finished the JavaScript Gym, how much you've improved. And we could go back to even some of the exercise from before, some of the challenges I wrote for you before, and kind of iterate on those and improve these, right?
Yeah, because I remember one of the quite a common suggestion people get when they're learning JavaScript is do Wes Boss's JavaScript 30 course. I think we even considered it at one stage. And I remember Countryside Coder James, he mentioned that one of his turning points was when he was able to have a look at the JavaScript 30 exercises, but not follow the tutorials. So he just looked at the spec and then built them. And I was like, how the hell did he do that?
Yeah.
And I'd be interested. I wouldn't mind having to go back and at least drafting how I would approach those now. But just that, listening to that sentence made me think, geez, that's phenomenal. How do you get to that stage where you can look at something and say, okay, we need an app that does this, this, and this. And in your head, you can go, okay, well, we need an object here, we need an array, we need a function that does this. There's JavaScript functions that are out there that do this for you, which was another reason why Edabit was great, is because it enlightened me to built-in functionality of JavaScript that I just wasn't aware was there. Like, rather than having to code out all the stuff, it was, if you just put like dot map or dot filter or all these built-in methods, it was like, it's a lot easier than you think. But I just hadn't been exposed to that much in terms of JavaScript. And again, that's one of the pitfalls of being self-taught is you can omit some very basic things, which just because you didn't need at the time, you didn't know that you might need them later.
Totally.
So that was a really, really, I mean, they're all important steps, but that gym work really gave me a solid foundation to know that when I look at any sort of spec now, I've got a rough idea of how to approach it and what JavaScript, what my tools are, and how I can create. Yeah, because that's essentially the cool thing that I always knew was cool about coding is you can have an idea for something, but with no coding knowledge, you've got no idea how to create that. So then you'd have to go and speak to a developer and say, "Mate, I've got an idea for an app," but now I'm the guy that can come up with the idea and I can make it, which is such a cool skill.
Very useful indeed. Yeah. No, I'm definitely glad that we went ahead and did that. Yeah. So I suppose Edit and the JavaScript Gym, we're doing that around what, June? What followed that?
Yeah. Then after that, we developed I guess I called it our job prep roadmap, where it was it was other areas that weren't just JavaScript. It was having a look at build systems. It was having a look at how to work in the terminal, and we kind of added, I guess, peripheral stuff like Git knowledge, how to understand how to merge and do pull requests, and sort of peripheral skills, which with hindsight are really, really important to improve those chances of you getting a job, because these are things you will be using in a job. It's not just a case of learn this language, then learn that language. There's a whole host of peripheral skills around that technical knowledge. So we sort of came up with the job prep roadmap. Because I think it was around this time I was like, right, boy, we're ready to go for a job now, right? And you said, well, not quite. And we planned a couple of extra, I guess, sprints, a couple of extra phases. Okay, well, I think it would be best if you did a bit of this first. So that's then when we jumped into Gulp and just understanding build systems, because it's one of the things. Yeah. If I remember rightly, that used to throw me with React is understanding branches and what happens and what the different folders were like. Because, Webpack's built into React, and sometimes I would change things and folders would move, and then I couldn't load my live server, and I was like, I got no idea what's happening here. So just understanding pipelines and what happens when and why stuff even gets compiled. Like, you don't learn that as part of the curriculum, but just understanding what the point is, because, I'd never worked anything outside of localhost 3000, so I had no idea what was involved in the deployment side of things.
That's right, yeah.
And on that note, actually, thinking about it, that's probably also something worth mentioning, is all the projects that I did, I followed through with a deployment on some sort of platform. Even as basic as GitHub pages. I looked at Netlify. I did start to look at Amazon at some stage, but that was a bit too complex.
All right, I didn't even know that. Okay.
Yeah,
right.
Honestly, yeah, like AWS. No, it was EC2 or something. Honestly, mate, it was.
Yeah.
It was above what I needed, but I thought, everyone seems to be using the cloud nowadays. But yeah, just understanding what happens during deployment and why you even need it, because, like I said, I've just do npm start and there's your website, job done. So we did a lot of work in Gulp and just understanding how to build your own pipeline, basically. And I think we minified some stuff, we obfuscated, if I remember rightly, and that was a really worthwhile skill. Although I'm not using Gulp at the moment, just understanding what a build system is and why you need them, that was really helpful. Yeah,
I think we picked Gulp for no good reason. Like, it seemed to be a popular library for a popular build system, but it's more about exactly getting you along the lines of thinking what is a build system, how that pipeline works, why do you do that, and then start thinking about this when you do npm start and build and you put up your server. Like, what could be happening there? Why do your files move from one place to another? Right? It's more about getting experience with that. What build system we could have used? Grunt. We could have used other things. So yeah. It was just a random choice.
Yeah,
really.
I think looking back, I think we knew we wanted to look at something, and Webpack seemed a bit not too convoluted, but a simple task runner just to get your head around the basics. Because now I understand Gulp, I can go back and look at Webpack and understand what the whole point of that is. So again, for the people watching this, it doesn't necessarily matter which library and framework you decide to go and learn. It's that as long as you understand the fundamental concept, just a little bit of different syntax, it's not too dissimilar a lot of the time. Maybe there'll be a few different concepts, but I think I put a bit too much emphasis on, well, I better choose the right one, because I'll be spending the next month looking at it, and it's like, no, it don't matter. Just do whatever. Just understand the main concept, and you'll be good.
Totally.
And then after Gulp, we then got into the portfolio. In terms of, I knew from early on, because although I'd been learning the languages, I was doing a lot of watching videos about how to land a job, what's needed, I knew I needed a portfolio of some shape or description, and the projects that we were doing were the content for that. So at this stage, we thought, okay, let's get a portfolio up and running. And I think just by chance, I was dabbling around with Gatsby at the time. I don't know why I was on there, but I ended up just having a play with it, and kind of similar with React, I kind of carried on playing with it and got so far in, I thought, well, I might as well just continue using this. And that then got us our basic portfolio up with, I think we just had 3 or 4 of the projects in there, because one of them was less visual. It was
Firebase, wasn't it?
Yeah. So we'd even forgotten the Firebase one.
We did do
again.
Firebase,
So
yeah.
going back to peripheral learnings, working with a database and working with authentication. So these are 2 things that you, in fact, interacting with the backend is how you described it to me, and that was always part of our roadmap after the frame. That was the step after the frameworks, because I didn't know how much backend I'd need to know, and you suggested, well, at this stage you don't, but it's worthwhile you knowing how to at least interact with one. So
that's right.
We did a Firebase project where we had a database, we were connecting to it, and we were using, I guess, CRUD. Was it CRUD and REST? I can't really remember, but just being able to move stuff around and change a database, that was really, really useful. In fact, that one did make it onto the portfolio. It was the Gulp one, because it was just a build system on someone else's project, which was broken essentially, that it didn't really decide to put it in the portfolio, but.
No, true. We actually at the time haven't even used the REST API of Firebase. We used their JavaScript API that they that you can link up. Funny thing is, we did later. Do you remember we came back to the REST API, and we'll talk about that in a minute later on. But the whole idea of trying to reduce the amount of unnecessary work that we put you through to give you that experience that you needed. So interacting with a backend is quite essential as a front-end developer. More frequently you'd be interacting with a locally built backend by one of the backend developers in the company you would be working for. But in this case, we didn't want to teach you backend skills. We wanted to teach you how to interact with a backend, and which is where exactly serverless solutions such as Firebase come in very handy, because it's very easy for you to first of all set it up. To get some experience how that kind of a console works, how then you preview information in a database, in a storage bucket, in a storage device on a serverless kind of platform like Firebase, and from then build a little client code, a little app that will be interacting with that API using the JavaScript API provided by Firebase. So just that little interaction there, I think was also quite crucial, that you did not need to put up all that extra overhead to build one. You already essentially had one running and ready. And that was the moment I was very proud of you and very surprised, because you went through Firebase exercises like lightning, bro. I was like, this is going to take you 2-3 weeks, and within 3-4 days you were essentially done with the first part of it, and I made another section like a Firebase Advanced, and you went through that within another 5 days, and I thought this would easily take you a month. So that, I think, was kind of pleasing to see how that JavaScript knowledge that you picked up on from the JavaScript Gym kind of helped, that this was no longer about React and trying to copy paste somebody else's website. It's about, you have to figure out how to pass over data around your app, and we built it without using React. I don't know if you remember that first app we did without React at all. So there was a little bit of DOM manipulation that we touched upon there as well. So trying to cover with each of these exercises that I built for you, try to cover a few bases, right? Not making it too complex, but also making sure that we don't just repeat one component over and over and go over again whilst we just append something else. Always trying to cover a few bases at the same time. And you did an excellent job. In this one in particular, I think that was one of the proudest I was during the entire journey when you delivered so well on that Firebase app. That was fantastic. Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah. So from there, Firebase indeed was one of the apps that we did not include on your portfolio website, and we had the 3 or 4 other ones that
no,
were.
we did have the Firebase one in the end.
Oh, did we? Okay, right.
It was the build system one, because there's nothing visual to it. I mean, you could technically go and look at the code, but I think we omitted that one because it was less
you're right.
visual.
Sorry, yeah, you did say that. Okay,
but I mean, just thinking about that Firebase one, it was great practice interacting with a different entity as well, like connecting to Firebase, understanding how you can just join different things. And again, we go back to that sort of modularity. I think that's a word. of being able to, okay, well, you've got a little app here and you've got a service that exists. How do you get them to work together? And that's essentially what a lot of software is about, is connecting different parts of your code with different parts of other code with different systems, getting them all to work.
Totally.
And the two things that really actually helped with that, I'd say, small project was doing basic DOM manipulation, because I'd only really used React up until that point. So it's almost like I skipped over basic JavaScript DOM manipulation. So I hadn't quite understood what was going on behind the scenes in React. And also, authentication.
Oh, that too, yes, yeah, true.
Which again, it was just a little something in there just to get me used to the idea, because most apps nowadays you need to log in to use. So we didn't spend a whole month on it, but you expertly curated. Okay, well, let's just have a bit of a dabble in there. So when the user logs in, then we can use the database. So it was, again, just so I can't thank you enough how well curated these exercises were. It was just perfect level of knowledge gaps covered and expertise required to complete this. So it was stretching me, but not like, I was like yesterday or the day before I was reading about OAuth 2 and, tokens and refresh tokens. And I was like, I don't know. So if I'd have gone that deep earlier on, it wouldn't have been wasted, but it would have been out of context. I didn't really need to go that deep nowadays, back then.
Yeah.
So that was July.
I think around that time also is when we got a review from one of your friends, Wissam, I believe, and he pointed us in a very good direction. So that was a very useful review, something that I think it's worth mentioning, that we're not entirely sure which path we should take. Almost like now we're describing it, it felt like there was a very clear roadmap that we built for ourselves and kind of followed it. The reality was that we were doubting ourselves a lot, and we were kind of going back and forth between different ideas and different priorities that we set to different items. We had actually 3 lists, right? We had let's definitely do it and put a lot of attention to it. Let's optionally, let's do it, but let's just kind of touch upon it. So like, for instance, terminal, I think, or the built-in debugger from Chrome. Like, it was more about like, give it a shot and know how to use it, but don't spend a week on it. Whereas other things would be like, let's set up a challenge for it and let's do it properly. So there's the priority 1, priority 2, and then we had like a backlog of optional things that if we have time, it would be nice to look into them. And like some things, were put on that eventually we never looked into, like Docker, for instance, that, now recently in the company you're working on right now, suddenly you start hearing about it a little bit more. But at the time, it was clear that it wasn't part of the kind of skill that they'd be looking for from a, entry-level junior developer, right? So a lot of it was kind of back and forth and kind of figuring out what would be the good thing for you to learn. I think also around that time is when I believe you were kind of more keen on starting applying, and a lot of the feedback you were getting from other developers was at the time was start the application process and then you'll find out what you're missing. And I think that was one of the good calls, that we didn't do it straight away and that we decided to follow through with things that we already know that you probably should be picking up on. And this could be questioned because, somebody could walk in and say, hey, maybe that Firebase and database authentication and all that things we just described wasn't the key for you landing that job. So maybe we made some mistakes there along the lines. But at least, we had some sort of a roadmap figured out that I felt, okay, we could start applying and add on to that roadmap that we already have, but that roadmap will not decrease. It will not disappear suddenly. Like, we'll maybe rearrange a few things, but we'll still have a few of these things we have to go through. Why not go through them first, finish off some of these things that we did finish off before starting the application process? And in retrospective, I think that was a good call. I think that also helped you to focus on certain things. If we were to introduce the whole process of reviewing your CV, starting to apply and learning how to look for jobs. If you think about how that whole thing spanned over the month and a half later, to kind of mix that with at the same time learning some of these key things that we're learning around June, July, would have just kind of probably made things a little bit more difficult for you and kind of possibly even lengthened the whole period of time we took eventually. So I think that was one of the good calls at the time, that yes, of course, it's good to start applying at some point and not waiting forever. There's a time when you just have to, pull the trigger. But if you still have things on the backlog, right, just do them. Like, you at least know what to do. The difficult part is not knowing what to do, being stuck and thinking, shit, I'm missing shit, but I don't know what, right? I don't know which direction to go. We're at the stage when we still knew, hey, these are things we should be catching up on. Let's make sure we do. We don't, leave it until the future and then only do it, right? So we went through that and eventually got to a point where we weren't quite sure what else to go with, right? And we asked one of your friends to do a review for us of our roadmap here, right?
Yeah, because I think my one mate Jean, he went through it and just made sure our React sort of base was there, and he gave us like the common parts of React to just get solid at. So that was great.
Yeah.
And then I mean, you rightly said, well, let's get some other eyes on it. So I reached out to Wissam, who's senior engineer at GitHub. I thought, well, he's probably got a bit of a different perspective on it, and he came back and basically said testing. Get some tests in there, which I don't even know if we even had it on our list at that stage, or whether it was an optional one.
It was an optional, yes, because I think about it a few times, and I decided not to do it. So it was nice to have someone else say definitely do it, so I could question myself and my decisions. And that was a good call in a long run, wasn't it?
It really was, yeah. I mean, with the benefit of hindsight, again, it's not something surprisingly, I guess, because it's more of a later thing to learn. But it doesn't appear on a lot of sort of basic fundamental roadmaps. Again, it's not a language; it's a peripheral concept. Mm-hmm. Not everyone does tests. Not everyone does what I later found out to be test-driven development. Mm-hmm. But as we probably cover later on in the video, it was a really good addition to the list. So that gave us. So that was August. We just spent looking at testing, and we did a project in Jest, and just understanding what tests are. Unit tests, integration tests, end-to-end tests. These are phrases that Wissam wrote, and I looked at them. I was like, I have no idea what those are. I don't even know why. I mean, I could kind of understand why we did testing, but I'd not really seen that much about it. And the more I delved into it, I understood why it was done. Almost like, yes, it takes a lot of time to do it up front, but it'll save you a lot of time potentially in the future. But then actually doing the testing, that was another sort of challenge in itself. Is understanding. Well, I guess when I first started it, I was just doing retrospective testing. Like the code was already there, so just test that code. But even then, you had to make the code testable. So that was quite an interesting learning.
True. Yeah, we went back to your coaching question generator app, haven't we? And
exactly, and just made one of the basic functions testable. So that's good practice. Just again, refactoring, understanding what pure functions are, and again, they're more coding concepts that I think the later you get in your journey, you sort of understand or come across and spend a bit of time learning, because I'd gone from, I don't care what the code looks like, does it work? And that was enough for me. Whereas around that stage, I started to think, okay, well, now I've got it working, how can I make it a little better? How can I improve it? How can I optimize it? And then you come across things like dry and solid principles and things like that, which you don't hear of when you're first starting your journey. It's like, oh, I can't even write code, let alone make it better.
Yeah.
But yeah, that whole testing phase, I think we'd sort of looked at TDD, but hadn't actually
done it.
Implemented it. Or no, tell a lie. Part of the project was to do TDD, but we couldn't get it working because of imports and stuff. So we kind of
Axiom and the fact that we didn't use React for that app, I believe, that was the issue that we're running into.
But even then, just having some understanding of what test-driven development is was sort of eye-opening, because it's weird to think, okay, so you write the test first and there's no code. It's like, what the hell?
I know,
it's
right?
such a different way of working.
But
again, once you start doing it and you start to understand, because one of the challenges I had here was I don't know what to test. Like, what am I actually meant to be testing here? And what's good data, what's bad data? Because in my head I was thinking, well, surely the user's never going to do this anyway, so why are we testing for it to catch stuff that the user isn't going to do? So just understanding the concept and why we do it is almost half the battle, let alone how you actually execute it. Again, it's peripheral concepts which are quite important.
Yeah, if it's going to make you feel any better about this subject, a lot of developers, including myself, let's be honest, struggle understanding what to test, how to test correctly, why do we even write tests if there is no code to be running it yet? Like it's not an easy concept. It's something I'm working on improving myself. I love writing tests now. I think they're essential to building reliable applications. But it's almost like, if you took an experienced JavaScript developer and you showed him your problems with JavaScript from the first few months, then they would have easily been able to identify what to do and why. If you showed them your struggles with tests, then a lot of them would also struggle to answer some of these questions and figure out what is the right answer here. So tests are in fact difficult, but it's very good that in the end we did look into them. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Even at a very basic level, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Again, just I think you said if a company asks you, do you know about X, that you can at least answer, yes, I've looked at it and I know a bit about it, rather than nope, never looked at it. So we just some of the stuff, I won't say we skimmed, but we just got a basic grasp of. But then other topics we did dive a bit deeper and or do a project on it, which was worthwhile. So that took us up to September, and that's when
we did a code freeze, didn't we? That's a concept that we introduced at the time. So we said, Sam, you've been coding long enough. How about we give up and just look at actually, saying, hey, let's try applying for these jobs. Just like we said a few minutes ago, it was good to finish our roadmap. We got to a point when we said, okay, we went through all these things. There's obviously a few other little things that we aren't mentioning here. There's quite a lot of Git related stuff that you've been looking into, right? So GitHub, branching, conflicts, pull requests. Like we went through quite a lot of these things, little issues, right? You participating as a contributor, right? Then there was a subject of the terminal, how to use a terminal, right? So we had a few of these little things that we aren't mentioning here, and going more of like these bigger steps right here. But eventually we got to a point, I think around end of August, when we said, hey, that's maybe a moment we could stop. And you came to me, and just before I was about to take you to the next step, which would be, hey, this is how I think you could improve your CV, or how I would write a CV. And you told me that there is a change. There's something different you want to do. You don't want to make this quite public yet. And we switched off the cameras. We stopped recording our calls for about a month because there was a position that you really, really, really wanted to go for, right?
Yeah. Because I think my initial plan was to basically speculatively approach this company. And
so just to make it clear, it's the company you're working in right now. That's what we're talking about here.
Yeah, sorry.
Sam came to me and said, I would love to work for Secret Sauce, this company in Las Palmas that he currently, luckily already is working for. So that actually turned out pretty well. But yeah, our plan was to simply go ahead and then start learning how to put that together, a cover letter and all that. And you said, no, how about we focus just on that application first, right? And the reasons were?
It was just a company I wanted to work for, essentially. So I thought, rather than do a generic, not an attack, but like a generic job preparation, why don't we use this as almost like not a trial run, but let's make it a bit more bespoke, and you use this company as the target, I guess, so to speak.
Yeah.
So that's when we decided to just go off camera for a bit and use that as like a live run. Yeah,
totally. And I think it was a good reason as well, because you having so much motivation and wanting to get that job so much, and getting a job at the time. Funny enough, they haven't even been advertising for any job. So the beginning of our run for Secret Sauce was just, hey, let's just write them an email and see if they maybe want you, right? I think that's also worth mentioning. It's good to do that. Many companies may not necessarily advertise they looking for someone right now, but a month from now maybe they will. Maybe 3 months from now they will. So if you really want to work somewhere, it's not necessarily has to happen that you would give up on it just because the position isn't there. It's probably good to do a speculative approach and give it a shot nonetheless, which is what we ended up doing, right? We decided, hey, let's put everything else on hold. Let's focus on that one application alone, because I can see you're motivated. I can see you want to work there. And frankly, I lived in Gran Canaria. I lived in Las Palmas. I totally could see why you want to go back there and work for that particular company, man. So there was a big part of my personal interest into I would love Sam to go back to the Las Palmas and be able to work from there. So it was definitely a good call to just focus on that at the time, right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I mean, I think I guess if you're less enthused to work for that company and you're just going through the job process, you're not going to put as much effort in, I think. And again, it's motivation and understanding what your target is and what your goal is. So from early doors, it was like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if I could work for this company? So I might as well try that first. And then if that doesn't work, then I'll look at other options. So that was kind of always the game plan was, let's speculatively approach and see what happens. And so we did a fair bit of work in terms of getting that sort of sprint done.
Yeah, so that's essentially something that later we covered in videos, which is focusing on how to prep a bespoke CV and a bespoke cover letter, right? I feel a whole nother subject. We dedicated a few hours of video time to explain it in detail, but being this bespoke when applying, I think is key, rather than sending 30 applications that are generic and copy pasting a cover letter every single time. Put in the effort, go to somebody's job posting website, try to understand their culture, try to understand their technology, their industry, and then extract information from there, right? And put it into some format that can be then presented to that company, highlighting why are you the right person for the job, right? So I won't get into details explaining that method once again. In this video, for those interested, we'll have links to all these points that we're covering and all the videos that we covered in this conversation we're having right now. But we essentially started looking at Secret Sauce as that company that we really want to apply for. So let's make sure, Sam, that you cover all of the bases that they could be requiring, right? And some way throughout this process, funny enough, it was a draw of luck, but somehow it appeared that, well, they now are looking for a junior web developer, and they posted a job posting on their website. And that was something that we looked into even more thoroughly, haven't we?
Yeah, I guess it was a stroke of luck to some degree, but we sort of did that first sprint, and then suddenly an actual position became available, which meant that you could go even more bespoke, and it just meant there was more of a chance of actually having some success in some shape or form, because I think even by that stage I'd already taken the emotion out of it, knowing that I would still benefit even if the application failed, because I would learn a bit more about the process. I would understand, I was always going to ask for feedback if I was unsuccessful, to then, that would carry on over into the next application. But yeah, it just, a position became available. I was like, oh, this is interesting. Okay. So, and months prior to that, they had another position available. And I remember looking at the spec on that and thinking, I was only about 1 or 2 months in, and I thought, oh, I'm bloody hell, I'm miles away from that. That position will definitely be filled by the time I get to that level. But then, one came around that was around my level, maybe a bit above. But that's also something I'd picked up on, just, not just speaking to you, but other content is job listings can be intimidating. You look at them and they've got like 50 different things listed. No this, no that, no that. And unbeknownst to a lot of the junior or potential juniors, is you don't have to tick every box. I mean, great if you can, but those listings are more, from what I gather, of let's just stick everything we want and see how many what candidates we get that tick as many of these boxes that come through the door. So just knowing that gave me more hope, because I probably could have looked at that listing and thought, I'm still about 70. I'm still only about 75% on this, but just apply anyway. You literally, I suppose you have got something to lose in as much that you spend a bit of time doing that. But even then, that time's never wasted, because then you go through the application process. You get a bit more experience. You know what to do next time. It's the same with life. It's like do an experience, learn from it, and you'll probably be better as long as you remember what you learned. You'll be better at it the next time you do it. You've got that wisdom and experience. So
I have a feeling we started this conversation talking about that exactly.
Yeah,
true.
Exactly. So just
nice.
Calling back to the beginning of the show.
Yeah. So then, we went through that without many hopes. I think both of us, we made it clear that, let's apply, let's do our best. It would be great if you could get in there. But I believe even at the time we were discussing whether to leverage in any way the fact that you did know the owners of the company, and decided that no, we should probably just make a generic application, like if it was any job position. Let them know, obviously, that you're applying and that, well, this is me, Sam, the guy that you know, but not try to kind of sneak your way in around the corner and kind of skip any kind of application process, right? So in the end, we did send them prepare the application itself. Even more so, looked to make it as bespoke as possible. So there was a period of time there when we noticed maybe you're missing a thing or two. How about we actually do go in and fill in these gaps? I believe this is around when we looked at TDD and did run into some of these struggles at the time, but decided that, well, at least you know what it is. You've got a little bit of experience with that. Possibly there were maybe a few even other things that we could look at. Maybe Redux was something that I think we picked up. So some of the like little technologies that we found on their website, some keywords that we realized, we haven't even touched this before. How about we go ahead and do that? And once we've done all that, we knew we could make the most bespoke application we could and send that through and just say, well, you know, if we don't get in, it's not because our application is shite. It's because, well, there's somebody who just has more experience, who's better, not because we were lacking in what we've tried and where we got. So I think it was quite important that we did indeed, rather than going with, well, guys, I just know how to code and I've been learning for the previous 9 months, we went, I really know who you're looking for, because I looked at your posting so many times, I read it line by line, and I did a very bespoke application underlining everything you're looking for. I'm the right guy. I'm so much more of the right guy than everybody else, and trying to stand up and brag about ourselves, right? So that's another key thing, to have that confidence and to say, no, I do know these things. You know, I am responsible. I can pick up a task and turn it into code. So having that confidence, I think it was quite important there to be able to put together a bespoke application like that, using all the information we gathered, right? And send that through. And and then the whole, proper, interviewing process, I suppose would describe that stage as, they accepted your application, and what were the steps after that?
Yeah, I mean, that was quite cool just to see that, because, there was a lot of hours put into that application, and, just even, I'd have been happy with just getting that, okay, you're through the first hurdle. It's like, oh, wow, cool. Like, to go from no, how to explain it? Yeah, I guess just being up against that wall of, here's a job, I'm right here. What's it like there? Like, even just getting your, that nostril into the first, okay, your application has been accepted. That was like, all right, cool. Well, we've done something right up until this stage.
That's right.
And I guess every company's different, but they gave me a rough idea of what the process would be and what the steps were, and I guess the first thing we did was just a basic sort of skills survey, just so they could see what my level of knowledge was. It was quite not generic, but it wasn't massively specific. It was more just to see, okay, well, we can see your projects. What's your level of understanding about this, and that. So that was just a little benchmark for them, so they knew what kind of candidate they were dealing with. And I think one of the things I sort of struggled with that is that, just reminding myself that I'm a junior and it's okay not to know all of this stuff, because it stems back to when I was doing like the JavaScript curriculum. There's a part of my brain that wanted to tick every box, just like a bit OCD. Let me cover all the bases just in case. So being a junior, in having that mindset, they're contradictory, because there's always an unticked box.
Yeah.
And it was like, well, let me go and learn this so I can get a higher score on the survey. But just reminding yourself it's okay not to know everything, and it's physically impossible anyway, because there's always something to learn. So that was one stage, and then
that's right. Yeah, no, good point.
So I'm just checking my notes, because honestly, it seems like a lifetime ago already.
Right. But we're talking a month and a half, about 2 months ago, right?
Yeah. So then we did sort of a basic sort of culture fit interview, and then it was on to a code test, essentially. So almost like a take home project. So I did that and submitted that back in.
So I think here actually I would love to expand a little bit more, because this was I would say for me, I think the most intense period of our application, essentially making sure that you're up to the point that they were expecting you to be over there. So once again, just as much as all these people were giving us advice before saying start applying so you find out what you're missing, but also around the time was something that I did mention before, was that second time when we discovered a massive, not a knowledge gap, but I suppose like an approach, something about your approach that made things a lot harder for you. Just like we said before that, for instance, doing tutorial hell. So like just following tutorials is actually essentially about approach, or not knowing how to get into building an app because you don't know how to turn specification into code, right? Or you don't know what error messages are and you just stare blankly at your screen when you get an error and you don't know which way to look and you just change a random line. These are all these kind of, peripheral sort of errors about the approach itself, not about your knowledge of how JavaScript works, how CSS works and all that. So at that time, something occurred to me which kind of opened my eyes a lot to how you were learning until now and why you were struggling with some of the things we were struggling. Because me as a mentor, I was trying to understand you as much as I could. Do you remember what it was? Or do you want me to...
Prompt me, I've got a good idea.
So essentially... when I code, if I run into an issue and I can't figure it out for about 5 seconds, I go to Google and Stack Overflow. And then I try to get the answer ASAP. Whenever I run into any problem I have, and I even take it outside of coding, but if it's an error, if it's I don't know, obviously if it's a silly thing like I miss a semicolon or whatever, a comma, you probably can spot that, without going to Stack Overflow. But when you get an error that is somehow unknown to you because you're using a new library that you haven't used previously, rather than trying to read it and forever spend, trying to get what this is about, I believe about 60 to 80% of issues I'm running into can be answered by switch to Chrome, Google exactly the error message, open the first Stack Overflow tab or first GitHub issues or whatever first information you can find that seems relevant to you. Stack Overflow is normally the best place to go to. Read the first answer. Don't read the question. I know people will hate me for that. Don't read the question. Don't even read the answer itself. Look for the code blocks in the answer and go, does that make sense? Is that an answer? That looks like an answer. All right, copy paste this, right? It's good to actually know what this code does. I don't try to suggest that actually copying code that you don't understand is a good idea. But it's about diving right into the answer as soon as you can without stopping yourself forever with the oh shit, why doesn't it work? Why doesn't it work? There is something about what you're doing that isn't what you're assuming. And you want to make that little correction so you get back on track. You don't want to dive into the problem itself. You don't want to be really deep into it and like trying to, understand how does React work at the ground level. No, you just made a small assumption that's wrong. Correct yourself as soon as you can. And there's so many issues that you can run into while it's coding that I think approaching them with that perspective of as soon as you don't know, fuck off. Go to Google, go to Stack Overflow, find an answer, try the first few answers. If within the first few minutes you still struggle, that's maybe an indication that the problem is more important than you assume, that it's deeper, and you may want to dig a little bit deeper and try to understand it. So with that in mind, what I observed is that with these very fundamental and basic issues like cannot read map of undefined and like errors that kind of could be easily answered, you run into a problem that is so obvious for you to make. It's such like, I understand so well why you thought this way, but it's so good we managed to rid of that. Is that you told me that at that stage you thought that because you've done map, filter, you've done React, you've done state management, you've done CSS, HTML, that you're meant to be remembering how to do these things. And that to me just was an eye-opener. I was like, no, dude, no. You're meant to know more or less. You're meant to remember more or less which way to be going. But you're not meant to remember the exact syntax of every single function you ever learned. And you told me, you know what? I felt bad, boy, because at that stage, I thought, well, if I don't know this, that kind of shows I'm not a good JavaScript developer because I don't remember that. And these are fundamental things about how to convert a string into an integer into a string, or how to write a map, or how to build a React component. Yes, I agree. These are basic things, but nobody requires you to know them by heart, and especially not if you're a junior. Like I currently, with my experience already, not to claim that it's massive, but with the years that I've already done coding, I do this all the time. I forget the simplest things, and I feel no shame for doing that because on a big scale level, programming isn't about those nitty gritty things, how to reverse a string and how a filter works and how was the exact syntax of a React component. It's none of that. Although I know that for someone who doesn't know this, it may seem like it is. And I can totally see why you came to programming thinking you're meant to be remembering these things. You're meant to know in the 9th month of your experience how to write a proper filter. And I can totally see why you thought this way. So I thought that correction was, to me, one of the key corrections we made in your approach. And I could see that you picked it up relatively well. And within a few days, you were much, much better at just quickly going, bang, I don't know, let's go and find out, and feel no shame. And also you told me that it actually made you feel worse about yourself. So to like psychologically get over that and get into a stage of where you were fine, you're content with not knowing shit. Getting to that stage to me was a big milestone. And I feel really happy. We got there before you landed the job, because I felt that was a big part of you making it.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Because I think the old me was, in some sort of sadistic way, quite enjoyed going in on the problem. Okay, what's here? Getting my magnifying glass out and spending hours, if not days, trying to solve something which probably could have been Googled in 20 seconds. So in some ways, I was thinking, well, even though I'm not solving the issue, I'm learning a bit more about where to look, what could go wrong. But it's when you're on the developer journey and you haven't got a job, you've got the time to do that. And I think this was a good realization, in as much that there's a bit of time pressure when you've got a job. You know, you've got a task. You know, not every company's going to be on you 24/7, but there's a deadline to some degree. So being able to switch from that, let me spend a day figuring it out, to let me just get this work in so I can move on to the next thing. That was a big shift. And I think one of the other things that we also realized around that time, or at least I realized about myself, is I think I said it's my gift and my curse, in as much that when I have a task, I've already planned out the next 8 steps, which is great for logistics, which is what I used to do. It's great for planning a holiday. But when it comes to programming, that task list was getting bigger and bigger, and I was getting overwhelmed by it. And I was like, well, shit, after this, I've got to do that. And then after that's that. And I don't know how to do step 7 yet. So all of that was coming down on me. And I was like crumbling under the pressure, essentially. And I got really stressed about it, which is just rare for me anyway, because I'm usually quite a chilled guy. So being able to handle and manage that pressure and that stress was also a very valid lesson and experience to go through, is coding under pressure, which is something I think Jean mentioned at some stage. Is, you know, that's another skill in itself. When you're sat in your own room with no deadline and you're just making a project for shits and giggles, there's no time pressure. I mean, I always had that pressure I put on myself of, okay, let's try and get a job ASAP. But in terms of, you know, solving a couple of lines of code, it's a different, you need a different approach if time is a factor.
Totally.
And, you know, being aware of how my mind was skipping on loads of steps, like, no, just concentrate on the task at hand, break it down, do that. If you literally would say to me, right, you'd almost count 5 seconds, right? You don't know it, go Google it. It's like, okay. Yeah. And then it's like, okay, I've got this error now. And I'd be there, oh, no. Okay, let me go and Google it. Yeah. So just getting that muscle just sped the whole process up, and you end up learning quicker by doing that, which the old me would have thought, well, it's kind of cheating, and it highlights you don't know it if you're having to Google it, which isn't the right mindset. Because I think coming from, you know, a coaching background, you can't go and Google stuff in the middle of a session.
Very good point.
You've either got that skill, ability, or question inside you, or you don't. You can't go, that's very interesting what you've just said. Let me just go and check my good coaching questions to ask document. You can't do that in a coaching session. You need to have it up here.
True.
So I brought that mentality over to coding, and sort of
many jobs. That's most people will come to.
Yeah,
coding like this.
Yeah, it's education in general.
Yeah,
it's just
totally.
Learn it.
Doctor, you're a lawyer. You can't go like, well, excuse me, Jerry, what was that again? No, you need to have it in there.
Yeah,
massive.
I almost took it
massive
like,
point,
how can I apply for this React job if I can't even remember how to do like the syntax for map?
Yeah.
You know, these were genuine doubts that were coming up, but they're almost laughable. You know, for you on the other side, it's like, no, it's totally normal to not remember everything.
Yeah, but then that's the whole point. That's the whole realization of knowing, no, dude, of course he will think this way. Of course he will think this way. And it makes so much sense that you did. And I feel, part of me felt ashamed we only discovered it that late, you know? So it's totally, there's a lot of key points for me as a mentor to improve on. But having done that realization, I was like, oh, that's it. That's why you're struggling. That's why you get stuck. That's why you're sitting quiet and like, you remember those moments I'd be saying, hey, Sam, what are you thinking? And you couldn't answer because one, you had these 7 steps ahead that you were thinking about and they were crumbling onto you. On the other side, you're like, should I admit that I don't know this? Because is he going to say, oh man, you should probably know this by now? And that can build up onto you. You know, there's a lot of these personal kind of difficulties that we'd be running into when learning coding that is not like any other job, right? Like that allows you to say, I have no fucking clue. And it's a good thing when you can say, you know what, I have no bloody clue and I know how to find out. I know, give me internet for 5 minutes, I'll have the answer for you. Because to me, honestly, it's so much more valuable if you know how to find information quickly. Another thing that's hardly ever mentioned in any courses, any boot camps, is how to quickly dig into information that you're required. They'll teach you how to write components and how to communicate with a database and how to start up a server or whatnot. But how to look for the information you're lacking. Be prepared for failure. Failure, in this case, being just lack of knowledge. Prepare yourself for that, right? And know what to do when it happens, rather than prepare yourself for everything when everything goes well. Well, that's fantastic, but that's not the reality now, is it? So when we dug into that and we opened that Pandora box, and to me, it really felt like that was just a big turning point. And then I saw improvement within days. Within days, you got so much better at coding when we got that point across, you know, which is great. And I remember you were worried that within the time frame you were given to complete the test exercise, that you will not be able to do it. And I was reassuring you that you would. And you told me, no, man, how would I? Like, there are all these things I have to do in there. And me with my mindset of, oh, you just Google this, and that, and you get it done. In my head, it was, oh, super simple task, right? Was in your mindset, then it was still, oh man, I don't know if I would, I don't know if I could. So I was stoked and I was so happy when you told me, when you finished, because I was like a parent, you know, on my toes, thinking like, oh, he's writing it right now. What's gonna happen, you know? And then you told me, man, I did everything. I did every single thing I planned for this task within the required time. And I even had spare time. So I went back and I refactored something. And I was like, dude, this is massive. This is such an improvement from where you were a week ago. And I feel that big part of it was your ability to quickly just say, I don't know, but that's fine. Let's go and find out. Okay, this is how you do it. Fine. Done. Next task. What's the next task? And also that capability of going back and not thinking 7 steps ahead, but just tiny bit. What's the next thing I do? Eventually you get somewhere. So kind of that encompassed essentially all our learning process and essentially everything we spoke about in this call up until today, because these tests essentially, they reiterated a lot of the things that you were learning over the months. And yeah, to me, the fact that you landed the job is just a cherry on top. But the fact that you nailed down that test and completed it so well, you know, at that first try, being able to deliver it in a way that, you know, I knew was correct, at least as far as I could evaluate it. To me, that was the victory, essentially. That was a big victory in that process. And the fact that what happened after that is another story. But the fact that you got it was just the cherry on top.
Yeah, it's a bit of a roller coaster.
Eventually, we got to a point when you managed to submit your test. And what happened after that?
Yeah, then it was on to pair programming, where, yeah, I guess the new experience for me of having someone watch me code and ask me questions about my code.
Right.
So that was with the CTO, and yeah, that was, yeah, it was again a new experience, because, you know, being a self-taught dev, it's only ever you, your code base, your room, and having someone, I guess, I mean, this was done remotely, so he wasn't physically sat next to me, but yeah, just having someone look over you while you're typing was quite a new experience for me. So I did feel a bit of pressure on there as well, and
yeah,
didn't feel I did too well, and sort of explained a lot of the stuff, but kind of tripped up on, I guess, maybe some fundamentals or some basics, but, you know, hindsight's a wonderful thing. But yeah.
True.
So we did the pair programming, which I get the idea from pair programming. It's not just about the code. It's how you can work with someone, how you communicate and interact with other people as well. And I think I did a fairly good job on that front. And then we did the pair program, and then it was just a case of waiting for a response. And it basically took a little longer than I expected. There were some other factors involved anyway, and I thought, well, rather than me just sort of wait around and hope, let me just at least take that knowledge that we looked at in terms of how to apply for other jobs, and just started looking at a few other positions, and got in touch with what are they called? Some recruiters via LinkedIn, which was also something I picked up on a while back. Is don't be afraid of recruiters and get them on your side, because it's a win-win for them. They want to get you in a position. They want to find you jobs. So I had a chat with a couple of recruiters and did actually apply for a position one morning. But I mentioned it earlier. There was no motivation to do that job at that company in that location. It was just like, by then it was like, okay, well, it's now plan B. Let's go
back
and
to the
get
normal.
a job.
Essentially,
Exactly,
yeah. That's what it would have happened anyway. Like, it's nice that you have this plan A position that you really want to go for. But like we described, it's good to be kind of stoic about it and just well, if it doesn't go through, it doesn't go through. So we moved over to that second stage, right, where let's find just any other job, right? And they obviously would have been super fun and super great to get into as well, right? So it's natural progress.
And to be fair, the recruiter's really helpful. She understood what I was looking for, so sort of then did a bit of spade work or groundwork on my behalf. So the whole process was quite enjoyable, and I can definitely see the approach of working with recruiters, because I think some people find them, I guess, a bit annoying in as much that they're always trying to like tap people up or whatever. But if you're looking for a job, they're a great network to tap into, because they know where all the jobs are.
They can be, true.
So that morning I sent off the application and started looking at a few others, and then got a call back and got offered a position, which was brilliant. And because it was, I guess, because I tried to take the emotion out of it. I then had to go and call the other recruiter and say, sorry, I can't do that job anymore, because I've got, and to be fair, I was transparent with them. I said, look, I've applied for this job. I'm kind of waiting on hearing them. There's no harm in me, just sticking another one out there.
Totally.
So they were aware that, I was in another process, and it came back that, they wanted to offer me a position and get me as part of the team. So I say over the moon, but I think even then I was like, all right, wicked. Yes, finally I've done it.
I've taken the emotion out of it. Like, even now I'm thinking, oh, that's cool. Yeah, I got a job. Like, it hasn't sunk in yet, because I've trained myself not to get psyched up about any of this shit.
Because it had been such a long journey that it was almost like the energy had dissipated a bit. Like it almost like burnt me out, because the pressure of trying, because I guess a timeline suddenly became in when that position became available. And I remember asking you, I was like, Voy, we need, I want to be applying for this straight away. And you sort of alluded to the fact that these positions take time to fill. It doesn't matter if you get your application in the first hour. Some of these positions take months to fill.
Totally.
Whereas I was on edge, like, fuck, I want to get my thing in straight away. So that whole month of September is the most I've ever worked. It's the most I've ever worked mentally ever. Like, I've worked when I did some volunteering in the Philippines, a couple of years ago, and that's the most I've worked physically in a day in an environment. But this was the most I'd worked mentally and under that pressure and that stress, because I say I took the emotion out of it. I really wanted that job. I really wanted to that was plan A. That was the game. And I think unconsciously I still had all my eggs in that basket. So I think I could have potentially been not devastated, but pretty gutted if it didn't happen. And when it did, it was like, yes, wicked.
I mean, also let's make it clear, this is also 10 minutes later you call me and we have the conversation that now we would have shown earlier on.
Dude, what? Congrats! What?
From me cheering for you and being all over the moon, and you being like, yeah, I kind of got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
you know what? I've just realised why that is. It's because I'd prepped myself to not get it. So I had taken the emotion out of it. So when I did finally get it,
yeah.
it was less. There was less energy behind it there.
Yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong, but I'm pointing it out as a funny kind of story more than a problem with your approach. You did the best thing possible by detaching yourself from it and just not being over the moon when you got it, which came with retrospective later on, but just that very moment it wasn't there. To me, it was just kind of funny how much I knew you cared all these months, and the moment you got it, like if I told you, in 4 months you'll land the job, you'd be like, oh, shut up, boy, I will not. Yeah. And then it comes, and you're just like, yeah, sure, yeah, no, I got it. And like you were happy, you were visibly happy, just not as happy as I was when I was just crazy. So I'm saying it more as it's a funny story, but you definitely do the right thing to detach yourself from it, and I applaud you for being able to. So well done altogether.
Yeah, and I think also it took a while to sink in. Like it really did. It wasn't until recently where it's like, holy shit, that journey actually came to fruition. Almost how I planned it. It took a little longer, but we needed to take those extra steps. But it didn't sink in because I think I got offered the job on maybe the Wednesday or Thursday, and I was working on by the Monday, so I jumped straight into it. So it didn't have a chance to sink in.
True.
And it's only sort of lately I've in doing this conversation now, it's like, holy, look where I've come from. That's mental.
I know. Hence, let's talk about it, man. What the hell? What the hell did you do? Yeah. So by no means this journey is our way to say this is the right way to apply for a job. And this is the moment when I look at the camera and I say, if you'd like to have a programming job, follow what we did. That's not how it works, right? More than anything, I think there must have been something that both of us did right here. And this collaboration worked out. And I felt it would be right to try to analyze it, look back, go through it step by step, try to see where we made the right decisions, where we made good decisions, right decisions and bad decisions, sorry. And try to get into what could we sort of, pass over to maybe other people who are in a similar position and would like to, land the job in programming as well. And what helped us essentially. So it's been a month that you already are working for Secret Sauce. However, 2 weeks in already, I made a little request for you. We were actually going to record this interview, this call, only after the 2 weeks you were working at the company, but decided to wait for another couple of weeks and do it after a month. However, already back then, you did write down a few things just to remember how you felt after those first 2 weeks. I think those first moments are quite unique, and it's important to first of all remember it for yourself, but I also feel there may be some interesting information there for others listening and wondering, how does it feel, to land a job, and how those first few moments kind of go. So do you want to talk a little bit more about that? How did it go once you actually got in and you mentioned you got a call on Thursday and on Monday you're already working for them, right? So
pretty much.
How did it go from Monday and on?
Yeah, I mean, I guess even that's an interesting point to go on, is because I didn't have to be, I couldn't be in the office because they're based in Spain and I'm in England at the moment. I thought, there's no point in me waiting to get over there. I could technically just start next week. So it was kind of, it wasn't rushed, but it was, quite a quick turnaround going from probably, expecting not to get a job to sitting down and actually starting work within a couple of days. And it was, that was quite a big switch in itself. But, I guess, I mean, it's good that you prompted me to capture these, because I think when you asked me this, I was like, it's probably just going to be the same in a couple of weeks. But the difference, like we almost encapsulated like baby Sam in those 2 weeks, like naive junior Sam. And even I'm smiling looking at my notes now, because even in 2 weeks from then, just the mindset is so different.
So this is us saying hi to the Sam in 2 years' time, who's going to be watching this video and thinking, you were still a junior baby, Sam, back then.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. Well, I guess we're always juniors. We're always learning.
Sure.
So I made a couple of notes from that, that first 2 weeks, and I think one of the things that hit me, not hit me, but like one of the things that I noticed was, because we have talked a lot about sort of roadmaps and what to learn and what to do, and we had our own sort of personal one that we built up and ticked off and added bits on. And now I've started a job, it's almost like there's a whole new roadmap because there's a whole new ecosystem of software. What's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, a whole new ecosystem of software to learn.
Totally, You're right.
Which when you first start, I guess you've got they're all coming in at the same time. Okay, well, you need to learn how to use this system, that system, that system, that system. They all work together. Which is good. I mean, they're all under the same sort of ecosystem anyway. But yeah, it was just more because like when you learn to code, you've not just got to learn to code and learn the language. You've got to learn the systems and the IDEs. Like if you can't work like VS Code, for example, it doesn't matter. If you know JavaScript, so they're almost peripheral tools is essentially the word.
Yeah.
So that was I wouldn't call it overwhelming because I knew I'd get there eventually, but it's because they all came at the same time. It was like, all right, okay, I've got to learn quite a bit before I can even start the actual work.
Yeah.
So I guess what we could do is, I can talk about where I was 2 weeks ago and then how I am today for each of these points.
Fantastic. Let's do it. Yeah.
So 2 weeks on from that, I've pretty much got my head around everything that I do on a day-to-day basis in terms of, the project management software, the version control software, and even just like the internal communications, understanding how a company interacts, especially when they're remote. What software do you use? Do people have like certain times you can contact them and stuff? Anyway, I had all these questions.
Oh yeah, good point.
That didn't exist because I'd not worked in a remote team before.
True, like an etiquette and a protocol of how this whole communication works. Yeah. So do you want to talk a little bit more about that? Like, do you guys use a chat or email? Yeah.
Well, essentially, the company, most of the communication goes through Slack, which I'd heard of. And use very briefly, but even Slack itself is quite confusing with different workspaces and then channels within workspaces. That's. I mean, it's not something it's worthwhile learning as a pre-job junior, but it's something to definitely consider because different teams will use different versions, different types of software. So when we have an email system, obviously, but most of the communication is done through Slack.
Yeah.
And I think most of us are on the same time zone, but there's a few people that are a few hours either side. So in some ways, it's really cool to see how a remote team works. I mean, I'd always been around people who worked remotely, just because I'd been living in digital nomad hubs over the last, 3 or 4 years. But again, was just sort of flying solo, doing a bit of coaching and. It was never didn't have a boss or teammates basically. So that was quite cool. And I guess what was really good about the company is they made a really good effort to welcome me and because there's a few other guys that started around the same time, and I guess onboarding remotely.
All right, didn't know that.
Yeah, again, something you kind of don't think about, but normally, first at the office, you go in, someone gives you a bit of a tour, and you've got a few tasks to do and make yourself comfortable, yada yada.
Make a coffee.
That must be quite hard for a company to do remotely. So they were really supportive and they had a good system for doing that. So that made it less overwhelming in terms of, because I guess remotely some companies would say, right, here's a list of stuff to learn and do, and then they would disappear off into the internet because you're just sat at your desk wherever you are in the world. And it's like, shit, what do I do now? But you know, they were really good on that front.
That's fantastic, man. Well, I'm really glad it turned out this way, because that's an unknown, right? For you, for any junior developer, and any job you could have applied for, you would never know how would that turn out. And you know, I've been through various kind of onboardings, and I can totally see how it can be done better or worse. So I'm glad that at least for you, it seems to be that it went really well, and then you managed to kind of slide right in and get, you know. How do you say it? Hit the road running.
Yes, yeah, great English, Voy.
Thank you.
Good phrase. Yeah, for those who don't know, Voy isn't actually English, although his English is pretty dang good. He's not actually English, so.
Yes, I'm from Eastern Europe. Yes, I just pretend all the time. That was Italian, isn't it?
Yeah. All of my voices seem to end up Italian as well. Excuse me.
All right. So how did that change in the month, in the first month then?
I guess the points of contact dropped after the first couple of weeks. You know, the first 2 weeks there was always someone checking in. Hey Sam, how you doing? You know, can we help with anything?
Yeah.
And that was good. And I think once you can operate on your own and become a bit more autonomous, and rightly so, they'll reduce the contact points. And I guess if I'm trying to think back to how I felt emotionally, I felt secure in the company in as much that I already knew what their culture was like, and it's kind of why I wanted to apply to them, is because I'd experienced their company in as much that I'd been in their offices, because it joins with they own a co-working as well, which I'd been in, so that kind of stems back to how I know them, and I just knew it was a cool environment to work in. So I never felt stressed about that side of things in terms of how am I going to fit in? Will they just dump me in at the deep end or whatever? And 2 weeks on, that's still the same. It's like they're really well set up to work as a team. I mean, they're also fairly small, because this kind of leads on to what we might talk about later is, depending on the size of the company that you go and work for, things are going to be set up drastically different. And I'm in a relatively small company. There's not, it's not massive. So my team's fairly small, and so is my company. So what's cool is we do, sort of not daily meetings, but every other day with everyone in the team, because they can all fit on a Zoom screen and it's all manageable. And they make a concerted effort to keep that team bond. Especially with there's been quite an injection of new people coming in over the last couple of weeks. I think the core of the team have been together, a good few years, but the way that the guys run it's a really appealing culture. They run it in as much that if you're happy as an employee, then you're gonna get us better results, essentially. And I like that philosophy.
Decent.
Yeah. So I'm just having a quick look at my notes again. Yeah, one of the things I did sort of have in the first couple of weeks, and I guess imposter syndrome kicked in. I mean, I'd sort of studied it, and there's a lot of videos on it around software development and imposter syndrome, and I sort of had a look at it when I was doing coaching, thinking, okay, this would be something worth looking at to support other people with, but I'd never really experienced it myself.
Could you explain to us what exactly do you mean by imposter syndrome?
I think essentially it's you feel like you shouldn't be there, like you don't belong, like you've managed to blag it, you've managed to fake your way into a position, or I guess any sort of position,
right?
Not just in terms of job, and you think, shit, at some point someone's going to tap me on the shoulder and say, sorry mate, you've been rumbled, you're not supposed to be here. And looking back now, in those first 2 weeks, I definitely had that. It was like, okay, now I've got the job. I went from the stress of trying to find a job to almost, I put the stress on myself of trying to keep the job. It was like, well, I've got the job now. I'm worried about losing it because basically I'm not good enough.
Okay,
and,
right.
And that really touches on, I guess, expectations around junior developers. And I guess there's a few variables in there, in as much that what are the expectations you put on yourself? What are the expectations that the company have on you or as a junior? And a lot of this is it's just made up in our heads anyway. So unless you actually talk about it, and this is what was good about our company, is we have, career development meetings where, those things are addressed. Here's the ladder. Here's what we expect of you, and it's all written down, so there's no ambiguity. But I think I started that job and thought, oh my god, I'm really slow at doing a lot of these things, and shit, are they gonna pop up on Slack and say, look, Sam, we've noticed you're taking a long time to do these things. And I think as a junior, it's something that caught me off guard, and you kind of don't think about that. I mean, you read about companies don't have expectations for juniors to be hit the ground running, as you said earlier, but in my head that hadn't registered yet. It was like, no shit, mate, you've got a job as a developer, you need to be able to develop.
Yeah. I mean, also don't blame yourself. I feel like it's so human to feel this way. So human. Like, yeah, just insecurity can kick in at any stage, and embracing it and saying, well, this is normal for me to feel this way, I think also helps. I think I couldn't imagine anybody starting a job they've never done before in their life and not have a slight variation of the imposter syndrome somewhere in there, right? Because you think, why me? Why not all the other people? Like, it's funny because all that time before we tried to prove it's me, not all the other people. Once you get in, you go like, is it really me? Shouldn't it be someone else?
Yeah. Again, it's just so fascinating the psychology of this whole journey. It's
indeed, yeah.
Yeah, you summed it up brilliantly. It goes from claiming, yes, I am number one, to shit. Am I? But yeah, 2 weeks on, you get into the swing of things. I guess you just start to understand how things work, and it's not just about the code; it's about how the systems work. So, although I'd never been part of like an agile development setup, I'd studied it years prior, and that actually enjoyed that side of things. So that wasn't that much of a shock for me. It was more exciting. It was like, all right, sprint planning, wicked. Let's have a go at this. So yeah, if I'm going back to sort of how I felt mentally after 2 weeks, it was more just gratitude, and because it's tough to get a job these days, let alone a job that takes a long time to get into, and also. Yeah, it's just, with the pandemic going on as well, and
Absolutely.
You see other industries struggling.
Totally.
It's I wouldn't call it a relief, but it's gratitude. It's like, all right, okay, I just felt secure because I'd come from, I'd never really had, that's a lie. I'd had stable incomes before that weren't sort of all over the shop, but didn't, that was in a job that I didn't massively enjoy. Whereas now I'm in a career and a job that I really enjoy.
Makes a difference.
It eases you a bit. So I felt mentally, not like I'd made it, like, okay, all the work's done, I can relax now. But like, okay, right, it's almost like I've been swimming in an ocean for ages and now I'm on an island. It's like, okay, right, okay.
I can catch your breath.
It's like, yeah, exactly, yeah. And like I said, the company were a part of that. They are super supportive. And yeah, I think just excited as well, just to be on the first rung of that career that I'd been aspiring to for 9-10 months. And so it was almost, I mean, I say that it hadn't sunk in about the job, like the reality of the future. And yeah, I mean, there was a story, I mean, like back in December, and I don't think I haven't told you this, is back in December I remember going out in my hometown and having a few beers and having a kebab on the way home, and sat down, must have been early hours in the morning, and thinking, what am I doing with my life? Where is this going? Like, I need to something needs to change. I need to sort it out. And what was funny actually is I went out for a few beers a couple of weeks ago, had a kebab, and just, I guess by happenstance, ended up sat next to the same bin again.
All right.
But 10 months on, and thinking, I'm in such a better place than I was in December. and it was quite a moment, as I'm eating my kebab. And
well, you're still eating kebabs, so improve on that.
yeah, that didn't change. Yeah. So yeah, it was kind of. I'm very appreciative to be on an exciting. I guess I call it a stable career. I mean, we obviously can't say that in these pandemic times.
True.
But I would guess more so than a lot of other, paths. Luckily. So yeah, there was a level of comfort and relief in that, and I think that there was way more positives than not negatives from these first 2 weeks, but it was more comfort and security as opposed to nerves and imposter syndrome.
Sure.
That was just a small part of it, but I just wanted to document it because they're both valid feelings and they're both legit.
Yeah, being prepared for it. Being prepared for it is like the first step to like overcoming these kind of issues in the future. I was trying to paraphrase a quote from the June. Noticing the trap is the first step to avoiding it, but it doesn't paraphrase quite well. So
yeah, but I get the sentiment.
Yeah, the point is like once you get walk into that, you do land the job, walk into the position, to tell yourself, I will have things I don't know about and I'll feel bad about it. I feel I don't belong. There may be issues like these happening. Just to tell yourself these things, I think can help quite a lot, right? And I think having some comfort in that it will pass. I feel it almost only is, the more you hear people telling you you'll be fine, the easier it will get, because you will feel it nonetheless. I think there is very little chance they will get in and you'll be the most relaxed guy in the world and most relaxed girl in the world, and take it easy and just not stress at all about not fitting in or like blagging your way through to get the job. But it passes essentially. I don't think software development is a field where people get not frequently fired within the first 3 weeks of work. Like you normally are given a little bit more sort of leeway to get up to speed and show what you're capable of, right? You're an investment for a company, and then a company wants to see first whether that investment works out. It's really hard to see sometimes. Within the first week or two, so company will give you leeway, and they will allow you to have that slack for you to like feel a little bit unconfident about some things and a little bit slower about certain things, or not understand things, ask a little bit more questions, right? Again, it depends on what kind of leadership you're exposed to, what kind of culture there is, and how it's all set up. This isn't to say that every company will be as easygoing and welcoming as Secret Sauce seems to be. But in general, I think the overall image I would draw would be that, especially software companies and especially small houses like the one you joined will be quite welcoming and quite easygoing on these terms. So that's something to find some comfort in, I would say, if anything. And there you go, a month in, and you seem to be a lot more confident about where you're standing already, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because I mean, even though I had those nervous thoughts and feelings early on, I knew I was capable of learning everything. It was just, again, it's just my mentality. If I want to learn it quicker, I want to already know it so I can. I just was eager to contribute. It was like I felt like I wanted to help the company and not prove my worth, but get stuck in and show some skills. But it's like I haven't got the skill to show the skills yet.
Yeah,
and I think that's a key word that I used a lot in coaching, is adding "yet" to the end of the sentence, in as much that you'll get there. Yeah. It just takes time, and I think a couple of weeks on, I'm up to speed in using the systems at least, and now it's sort of taking on a bit more responsibility in terms of the tasks. Yeah.
Cool. And I'm kind of wondering, how does that compare to what you anticipated before you landed the job? Because I'm imagining, you must have imagined how would it be the first week, the first couple of weeks, the first month in. What would you be doing? What struggles would you have? How does that compare to what you were thinking about before you actually got in and landed the job?
I think I'd been so focused on the roadmap and getting the job, I don't think I even thought about what it would be like in the job.
Right.
I honestly didn't. I mean, like I said, over the 10 months I'd been reading about, what other juniors had been up to and how to be a good junior and that kind of stuff. So a lot of those articles are by people written by people that usually join a big American company. So in some unconscious way, I had visions of, sort of a big open plan office with, and yeah, I think just a lot of the reading I'd done was more around, as a junior, you'll just be given really easy tasks like change a few lines of CSS, just to get you used to the system. So I think that it somewhere was unconsciously embedded in me is I'll only be given, ridiculously, almost insultingly easy tasks, which is understandable because you're a junior. Mm-hmm. So that's, I think, unconsciously that was kind of what I expected. And because of the size of the company that I joined, I started doing, fairly big tasks straight away. Not big, like they were doable, but they were way more complicated than, change a few lines of code just so something appears different on a website.
All right.
Which was great in some ways, because that's the best way you're going to learn is by doing the stuff that you look at initially and think, I'm not sure how to do that yet. But, what's cool is, they give me a task and I say, right, okay, cool. And I'll go and break it down into steps, the things that we talked about for months. And then eventually, step by step, you get there and you get the task done. And every time you do that, you have a bit more experience on how something's done, which then makes the next task a bit quicker and a bit easier, so to speak. So it was good that I didn't, come in and literally just change a few lines of code. I was building, React components from day one.
Wow.
Which it was a shock for about 10 minutes, and it's like, well, actually, no, I kind of know how to do this, and if not, I can Google it. So
good man.
So that was a difference in as much that the size and the scope of task, albeit they were still fairly small compared to what else was going on in the project.
Sure.
But yeah, that was something I noticed that was different.
Interesting, right?
And again, I hadn't thought about what it was like to work remotely as a team either, in as much that, you almost, I guess it's like, I'm assuming it's similar to most companies. You meet up in the morning, you talk about what tasks you've got on the plate, and then you're left to it. And then no one's watching you. You could technically do whatever you want for a whole day.
Yep.
And that was weird because it's almost like I went the other way and went, well, because no one's watching me, I have to sit down and be here until the task is done. So I almost put the pressure on the other way. Which
is good, which is right. This is the right way to go about it. You have to have some discipline. So
yeah, but which I'd had before, but only under my own watch. Like if I decided, okay, I'm done for the day, I'd be like, okay, I was my own boss. Whereas here, it's like there's an added layer of pressure. I think the pressure comes that I wanted to repay the trust that someone can say, okay, Sam, here's your task for the day. Come back whenever you've done it. Not even come back, just move it along on the board.
Yeah.
So that was an interesting experience, but an enjoyable one because having read about what makes humans happy, autonomy is a big factor in that. So, you can the way that we work is you can have a lot of input on what gets put on, what tasks are done in a sprint, how you want to take it, if you want to do that task or a different one. Not all companies are the same, and I understand that, but having that autonomy is a really, really, it's a really cool thing to have. And I think again, that's part of the company culture. Is just as long as you do the work, we don't mind where you do it, how you do it, as long as you just do the work. And I like that philosophy. So yeah, just getting used to doing the work in my own time and not overly stressing myself about it because they know I'm going to do it. I know I'm going to do it, but it was just new emotions I hadn't experienced before. So that was quite an interesting thing.
Yeah, no, great. And I all I can do is just nod because I was trying to brief you on some possibilities that you could be experiencing in there, and you're essentially just going through like a checklist that I would have thought that you would be in the end going through once you join the company. So I'm kind of glad that, first of all, that things seem to be going according to the plan, if I could put it this way. Nothing seems out of order, that you seem to be having some big struggles or big difficulties at the company. Big credit definitely goes to the company you're working for. Secret Sauce seems to be, making it very easy for you to join and get up to speed, and I think also make you feel relevant. It's very easy to downplay a junior and to make them do monkey tasks and kind of code things that, like you said, change a line of code and spend the day doing that. And I think it's important to let people show what they're capable of. And as long as there is motivation that's shown from your side and dedication to learn and to keep on improving, I think it's important that you are given opportunity to get things wrong, so that you can expand, you can push towards building these better and better apps, right? Which essentially now is us looking into the roadmap of how you will grow from here to becoming a mid-senior, whatever in the future, right? So I'm thinking now, if we look back at what we've been assuming prior to you becoming a developer, right? A big part of our preparation was getting the job. So there was a lot of conversation about the application, about the CV, about the cover letter. We spent a lot of time on that, right? But then at the same time, we were preparing you technically, giving you the right skills to be able to, execute the work already in the company. And that ranged from, how good your CSS, HTML, JavaScript was to your React.js knowledge, to things like GitHub, debugging, the TDD methodology, utilizing a online database, a serverless database, talking to an API, right? Using Axios. How do you feel we did? I'm kind of curious to see, out of the things that you're doing right now, within that first month, how is your level of preparation, and which things did we get right and which things we could have improved on?
Obviously, this is going to differ compared, depending on what company and position I'd have got.
Course.
Anyway.
Yeah.
But as a whole,
just for you.
In general, I'd say we did pretty bloody good in terms of understanding what would be required in a position and having a broad enough coverage of that.
Okay.
And it would be tough for me to say we did anything wrong, because I think if we, the main thing that I thought about at the time was we could have possibly applied for jobs sooner, which would have then highlighted what we'd have need to known. But I think we'd have come to the same ending point whichever way we'd have done it. And in as much that we already kind of knew what needed to be known, so we might as well just do that anyway. And there would have been extra, more bespoke details depending if we were applying for a specific position that literally lists, okay, this is what you need to know to get this job.
That's right, yeah.
So, for example, things like Redux was on our list. We dabbled with it, but didn't go into it too deep. And it just so happens that, I'm working a bit with Redux. But we weren't to know that, in as much that, and what level to get to. So in terms of what we covered in terms of, even if we just keep it as broad as HTML, CSS, SAS, which is, you emphasize that quite a bit. Because I think, you mentioned not many people write bog standard SAS anymore. They usually use it, bog standard CSS. They're using some sort of framework. JavaScript and React, essentially, those are the four general things. But I think, building the foundations and the fundamentals. When we went back to the gym and did that was definitely a right decision, and that came about just because it got highlighted.
I'm thinking about.
There wasn't. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just curious because you almost touched upon these secondary things as well. So there's the things you just listed, but I'm also curious. We spent quite a good amount of time pushing you towards things like, Git branching. Do you remember there was so much mess around your Git branches around March, April, maybe even later on, and I was trying to then later untangle that. So making PRs. on GitHub, creating your first issues, right? Like that whole workflow. Like you've been putting a lot of effort into making sure your commits are all green on GitHub, right? We looked quite a lot into debugging, different methods of debugging, what error codes mean, how to read them, how to Google them, right? How to use either console logs or built-in debugger and like set breakpoints and kind of walking through terminal. That kind of came up a little bit, right? So there were all these kind of. I almost wish I bring up that list of our roadmap back then, so we could go through these things. How did those secondary things come out? I'm wondering, like, because obviously the JavaScript and HTML and CSS, like that will be true for everyone. Kind of at the time when we were setting these points on the roadmap, I felt like it will be those secondary things that may help us set you apart from everybody else. So whether it did or not, possibly, but I'm wondering, outside of just you getting the job and whether that helped, how much does it help you now that you're working in the team and you need to potentially use some of these things?
Massively. Whether those extra bits, those peripheral areas secure you the job is, unless you specifically ask the hiring person, you won't know. But once you're in working with a team and you are developing software as a team, they really are vital skills, understanding how to create branches, merge branches, do pull requests, code reviews. These are things you're going to have to do unless it's just you on the code base. And that's kind of one area. If I was to say we might have done something slightly differently or added something to the list, it would be something along the lines of working with open source. And I think that's And my reasoning for this is because sometimes as a self-taught developer, it's only ever you and your code base. So when you join a company, you're working with other people's code. So not only have you got to be able to read and understand other people's code, you've got to be comfortable looking at most probably a bigger code base than a simple to-do app.
Yeah.
But then also, how do you integrate your work into other people's work? And that's a big part of working in a company is, okay, here's my task, let me create a branch, do some commits on it, and then see if we can get it merged back into, another branch.
Yeah.
Which you kind of don't do on your own. I mean, I did one pull request to myself as practice, but I think just being able to look at other people's code is a really cool skill to have.
Okay, right.
I know a lot of people did mention open source, and it kind of was on one of our lists at some point. But again, that would have just been added onto the back rather than instead of something we did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah, because it's something I hadn't massively thought of is being able to look at another code base, because I'd never really done it. I remember I did a hackathon back in March, just for experience, and it's something as simple as cloning a repo. It's like I don't even think I'd use GitHub at that point. So although I was woeful in the hackathon, I learned a lot about understanding how to get set up and work with other people's repos and stuff. And that was these are skills you'll definitely need, or at least help you hit the ground running when you start in a position. So I think open source is definitely something worth looking at, because not only will it give you the coding experience, it'll give you the coding experience of working as part of a team.
So you're essentially saying open source in the meaning of join an existing open source project for a short while, tackle one issue, and create a PR from it, right? Rather than publishing your own open source project from scratch, right?
Probably
it's more about
a bit more specific. Yeah, it's
cool.
Because I think even on GitHub, they've got a list, like a lot of repos can be tagged with easy first issue or something like that. So they're set up for new developers to come in, look at someone else's project, and that developer has said, at some stage, we'd like to have this feature or get this fixed.
Yeah.
Someone else anywhere in the world can say, oh, I'll do it.
Yeah.
So then they go off, they take what the original developer's done, they add their little extra bit, and then say, "I've finished. Do you want to add what I've created to your existing code base?" And just that whole process is a vital skill, which is worth just having some experience with. I mean, it's something that could be learned in like a day or two.
No, still, I think it's a great suggestion.
Yeah, it's the one thing that I thought would have been an extra addition, not a replacement for anything we did. So I will stress that. But that's not to say, we could have maybe done a project around that. Is find a repo that you're interested in, do some code, and have a pull request. That would have been quite a cool little project. But this is hindsight, and like I said, I don't think. What were the right decisions? I think most of them were.
Okay.
Because even if we put something on the list and spent anything, from an hour to a day on it, it's never wasted because it will probably come up at some shape or form in the future. And I think we managed to realize what level of depth to go into a lot of these things on the roadmap. It's like, okay, just get a basic understanding, read about it for half an hour. And then there'll be other things like, we're going to do a project on this. So yeah, I think just the ability to be comfortable with other people's code and being able to manage yourself within that context is, it's something I've had to, I guess something I'm still working with as well, because, I'm part of a new project now, and admittedly at this stage, I don't understand a lot of it yet, but I know that'll come with time. It's like you look at someone else's code and you think, what's that connected to? What's the purpose of this particular file? What's it doing? Because there's also new concepts in there as well. So yeah, I think getting used to being exposed to that discomfort of not knowing what that file does, that'll be a worthwhile thing, I think, for other guys to consider.
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic idea, man. Like, I don't even think we consider that now that I'm thinking about our roadmap, and definitely very good suggestion. We should totally have turned that into a challenge. So, good suggestion. Good suggestion. Very good suggestion to do something along these lines. It also helps to sort of get your head around reading a much bigger code base and accepting or getting familiar with the fact that you will not understand everything. Your task is only to understand that one single part of it that you are about to change, understand how it fits into the bigger picture, see where the documentation for that particular thing is, yes, but not understand the entirety of it. And I think that's something that we discussed off camera just a week ago, I believe, which is the kind of just the overwhelm that you get the moment you may see a big code base with hundreds of files, and it's very different to your little project when you have 10, 20 files maybe.
Less than that.
Even less than that, true, yeah. So it's I personally do remember that feeling myself too, frequently when starting new jobs, and I'm more sort of familiar with it. So now I like, it wasn't so much of an overwhelm than sort of just realization that fucking hell, this is so big. Like, I have to wrap my head around all these things. And the reality is that years in, you will still not know what the entirety of it is, because you don't have to. So to practice that skill of acceptance of the fact that you will not be required and aren't expected to understand everything that's going on in code, indeed can be practiced through open source, right? If you are joining an open source project, if you're just going to change one file, a few lines of code, if you're a junior, obviously pick up those easy tasks. Like you said, the good first issue tags are very helpful there. Exactly, like, practice those skills, and on one hand, work in the team, and on the other hand, get familiar with that feeling of shit, fuck, this is so big, and now I have to look into this and work on it. It's actually not too bad, right? It's all scary before you actually get into it and start working on it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I mean, I think we had mentioned it prior, and so even when I first looked at my code base, I didn't get overwhelmed because I was expecting that. I was like, okay, it's going to be big. I'm not going to know half of it. Well, less than half of it by far.
Yeah.
But even simple things like the folder structure. Again, when you've been just doing to-do apps, you might not even have a folder. It's just a list of files.
Yeah.
So it's understanding why. I mean, there's no right or wrong way of doing it, but it's understanding how, again, experience of looking at how other people work in terms of, okay, we've got a components folder, we've got a views folder, some people set them up differently.
Yeah.
So even looking at people's, common React folder structures is something, I think I did a while ago, but only really looked at a few basic ones. But again, the bigger the code base, it's going to be structured differently, just for efficiency, really.
True.
So yeah, a minor point, but it's something I think, even though we didn't cover it, people who are watching this might think, okay, yeah, that's a cool thing to even just spend a day. Go and find one of these easy issues. Clone the repo, fork it, whatever. Do a bit of your own code and attempt a pull request. Because even if it doesn't get merged or accepted by the original developer, going through that process is, that's something you're gonna be doing. So you might as well get some experience in it.
Very good point. Yeah, nice.
The only other minor note that I made was like the way that I did it is I would say I probably jumped into React a bit too soon, and which then highlighted which areas of JavaScript I didn't really know. But in some ways, it kind of filtered out which bits of JavaScript I did need to know. And I think we might have mentioned this earlier in as much that in some ways that was probably a better way of doing it, because I could have spent a year and a half learning all of JavaScript, and then you jump into React and it's like you probably use the same 5-10% maybe. I don't know. This is just a guess in my limited experience, but there's it makes you question whether it's worth learning the whole of the language. I mean, obviously, I don't know how big JavaScript is, but just the way that I sort of almost not kicked myself, but thought, oh shit, I probably should have learned a bit more JavaScript. But the way that I did it was probably worked out a bit more beneficial.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a more tailored learning almost.
True. I mean, I don't think you'd ever be expected to know even 50% of a language.
Oh, okay.
Like, in general, like there definitely will be cases where yes, that would be required, but in languages have so many facets and so many quirks about them that it's not even a linear thing that you could say, oh, I just learned 50% or 100% of JavaScript, because there are just so many different things about how it's being run, how it operates on memory, how it's being supported in different browsers or outside of the browsers, right? Then the syntax, the parsing of the language itself, how does that work? There's just so many levels of it. I think it makes more sense to get to say that these things interest me about it, and like I dive into these few subcategories of that particular language, and I get better at them. But then you will probably not have time or brain to even look at the other things. So I don't think there's anybody ever been that understands 100% of any language. Maybe apart from like the original creator within the first few months when they built it, and they definitely reached the point where even they themselves didn't understand it quite well the moment it became widespread. So I think a lot more crucial thing will be the skill of searching for knowledge when you need to find something out about it because it's crucial to your task at hand, and then being able to quickly educate yourself. And have that capability of like iteration and like going back to to the drawing board and like sort of undermining your own assumptions about particular things in your code to be able to resolve the particular issue at hand or whatever that may be that's happening there.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about it like that, because I think in my head I thought it was possible to learn the majority of a language because I hadn't been exposed to that much of it, which I guess it's a double-edged sword for me, because I'm the kind of guy that likes to tick everything off the list and have done everything. I call it the Zeigarnik effect in psychology. Is if there's 10 things on a list, I'll complete all 10 even if they don't need to be done, or
right.
2 of them aren't relevant. It's just that I just want to do all 10.
Yeah.
So I think, but then it's also a relief to know that I don't have to do that, because you'd be there for the rest of your life trying to just learn 100% of a language, and then
I doubt you ever would.
You need to, which is good to know. So I think it's So looking back, then in some ways it probably was better that we, or at least I wouldn't say I didn't skim over JavaScript, but I hadn't solidified those fundamentals before I went into React. But going into React did highlight which fundamentals were actual fundamentals.
Totally.
To at least be able to do basics in React. And then obviously that list of fundamentals expands the more complicated things you do in React.
Sure. And I
whichever
can't
framework you use.
I can't help but ask, do you work with promises or async await in your current position?
Good question.
See, for those of our viewers who don't know, Sam has been going through a number of iterations of trying to go over promises, and we had a good few sessions going over them. And in your defense, it's not an easy concept to wrap your hand around from the beginning. We concluded with going mainly with async await system, and had a few chats about not mixing them two up. And I was, I'm just kind of curious to bring it up again and see which way is it going now, or is it coming up at all? Are you doing any requests?
No, I'm doing more sort of building components rather than interaction at the moment.
Right.
But at a shot, I would imagine it's async await.
It's going to be async
which
await,
is
isn't it? Right,
yeah.
Cool.
And still to this day, I still don't understand the syntax of promises, but
cool.
It doesn't matter as long as you can get it working. To just understand the concept on a general level, it's okay. You go off and do that job, and when you come back, we'll do something else.
Cool. I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to the day when it's going to click, because it will. Like, trust me, it will click. And you come back to me and you say, "Dude, that was it? Is that really it?"
Well, this is what I've always figured. Is I'm sure it's not that complicated. It's just someone hasn't explained it the way that my brain needs to see it yet.
Yeah. And I probably haven't looked at functions enough and haven't passed functions in your code enough to be able to understand how all that syntax fits together. I can totally see why this is confusing.
I think you're right. Yeah, it's like even just things like chaining functions. I hadn't had exposure to that at that time. So having a dot then, it's like, why the hell's that down there? What's that connected to? Where's that coming from?
Is
that before or after part of?
I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, but no, it's good point. Good point.
So moving on, we managed to get some information from your employer regarding your application. We got some notes that were written by Ted, I believe, one of the founders of the company. Is that right?
Yeah, CTO. Yeah,
CTO. Yeah. So essentially we wanted to find out also a little bit more what they thought about your application, trying to phrase it, almost like what was good about your application and what was it that allowed you to secure it. So that would be interesting to also see, to kind of try to reaffirm ourselves what were the correct sort of assumptions we made as we're going through with the with the preparation and what was that secret sauce in particular liked about your application, right? Yeah. So essentially, these are the notes that we got from Ted. Do you wanna maybe take us through them and let's see what they had to say about you?
Yeah, I mean, just on that point, going back to your previous question, which I think is definitely worth mentioning in terms of what we did right, was adding tests to that list, which we hadn't really thought of initially, and Wissam added that, and since speaking to the people that hired me, a big part of that was having tests as part of not just my knowledge and experience, but actually utilizing it in the code test. And the explanation for why it's so good was quite intriguing, in as much that it sort of implied that it just demonstrates that you're organized and you understand what needs to be done. And it's kind of, you don't think of it like that, but yeah, if you're adding tests to something, it highlights a level of organization in terms of being able to plan your work. And I think that's something that was, what's the word? It was visible from my application as a whole, is that, I had a roadmap. I plan all these things. I document a lot of stuff. And one of the things he sort of mentioned was coding is only a part of it, in as much that it's the things you do around the code that are quite important in terms of organization and communication, essentially. Okay. with the two factors that got highlighted, because I spoke to both the CEO and the CTO, and it was how I demonstrated those two abilities were also important factors in getting me to where I am today. And I think just for the people who are watching this as well, is to consider those other skills. It's not just about the code, in as much that you could be the best coder in the world, but if you can't work as part of a team, you're probably not going to be a great employee, unless the company's set up to adhere to that. Mm-hmm. So I think my levels of communication and organisation, which was demonstrated by tests, and also we knew that the company had an emphasis on TDD, so we spent a lot of time understanding that, executing it, and that demonstrated that ability to be organised. Okay, what are we going to test? What are we testing for? And the fact that we're doing tests shows that we're organised, and other people can see what the outline is. So it's being organised, and just being able to work in a team. And I think he sent me a brilliant quote. Actually, he's a bit of a quote machine, Ted. He said, "Writing code is where the artistry lives, but this is business. And if you can't work efficiently, it almost doesn't matter how deep your artistry is." And
fair enough, yeah.
Yeah,
I can see where that was coming from.
You don't think of that coming in as a junior, but if you're running a business like these guys are, that's important to them. It's not just about the code. And I think, just to sum up, what the feedback I got specifically more about my application process as a whole was that I demonstrated that ability to work as part of a team, and also having that drive and focus to learn, which is just a great trait to have as a junior, which I always knew I had because I just loved learning. So being able to demonstrate the ability to learn and the ability to be organised and be able to work as part of a team, that they're kind of separate to being able to code.
Yeah, of course.
But to get a job and to be an employee, they kind of all need to come together. And I think in some ways, I'd like to say that I was successful because I already had those three sorted. Like, my levels of those three were pretty good before I started to learn the fourth one, which was the code, the technical stuff.
Good point, yeah.
So upon my reflection, I definitely would say that my ability to communicate, having those soft skills, being able to speak to other people and not just explain what I'm doing, but to be able to reword tasks and understand what other people want from you in terms of turning business requirements into task specifications. So that was the general gist. I mean, I've got some sort of more detailed notes, but if I was to take one thing and to pass it on to other guys in that situation, is if you haven't got those soft skills or those communication skills up to a certain level, that's something that's really worth looking at in terms of, it's not just about the code all the time. If you want to get a job, you need to demonstrate to an employer that you're going to be able to work as part of a team.
Yeah, no, fantastic. Yeah, and I'm so glad this actually came up, because of a number of times during our calls, even some of the recorded ones, we have been speaking about the importance of showing that you're a nice guy, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Essentially, they need to know that the person that will sit in their office, obviously nowadays you're not sitting in anybody's office, but hypothetically you would, yeah. And you potentially will. That person would be nice to have around, on the kind of very sort of humanistic level, that you just show you're a nice guy, like literally, a friendly person, not somebody who's, I don't know, offensive or intimidating in any way. So like, having some degree of just kind of politeness towards, the way you are. But at the same time, someone who is, energetic, I don't know, encouraging, someone who shows commitment into the work that we have. And if we give you the slack and the leeway that we discussed before, some space to develop and expand, someone who will pick it up and will do something about it, right? So underlining these things in various ways is, I think, also quite relevant, right? To show that once again, you are the right guy, and that all just kind of all seems to just lock up together into all these sort of almost tertiary things about coding, which isn't coding at all. It's all these other things, and like you say, you already were really good at many of these things. I told you this before, that from my perspective as your mentor, it was quite easy to interact with you. So that was also something that I think highlighted why you would be the right person for that position. I feel what's very important here, however, is not only being the nice guy, as we call it, but being able to show that you're the nice guy. And that comes back to something that we, for instance, discussed during the CV review, in where I was suggesting that we'd put in the photo in the cover letter, in the resume. Because there are some ways you have to prove, if you could call it that, that you are that person.
Demonstrate.
Right. That will fit in. What ways are there? If all you have is a piece of paper you're gonna send them and code on your portfolio website, how will that message come across? You have your options are very limited, essentially, in showing that you've got a nice personality, that you are easy to work with, that you are organized. So all these skills that we're, or these traits that we're describing right now. And whilst I agree with a lot of the arguments that lay on the side of not including a photo in a CV, I believe that for that particular reason, I think it's a good idea, because there's very few other ways that you could actually demonstrate that you are once again, nice guy.
Yeah.
Luckily, in your case, you also had those Instagram videos, which I hope that they had been watching. Although, in all fairness, I wouldn't expect they watched all of them, but at least they had something to go on to. You've got quite an active, Instagram account on which you've been uploading a lot of things. So I think that was a good way to also demonstrate these things. I suppose the way you phrase things within your cover letter, whether there is, like a about me section, personal objective. The way you phrase your cover letter, your CV, all these things. Nonetheless, those options are limited, right? So I feel almost another really good choice that we went with here is, well, essentially that you went with, that had no input from myself here at all, is that Instagram account, man. And the fact that you've been publishing these videos so often, you could watch one of them and they take a minute to already get a gist of what kind of a person you are, And if any doubt were there, you could watch another two and already get a lot better understanding of what kind of person you are, right? So, some of that will come across during an interview. So I suppose that's why those preliminary interviews happen, to get just a feel for the person. But again, there you're stressed, there you're not going to be comfortable. The real you may not come out, right? So when applying, I think it's also quite important to not forget about the fact that not only you have to be good personally, have good personal skills, remember that you need to have some way of showing it. What is the way you're showing it? Do you have something in your application that shows that you're a nice guy, nice girl? If not, then maybe that's another thing that could be looked at, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, a lot of places do recommend having a social media presence, and I can definitely. I mean, it's just confirming your point, because I guess when I started the Instagram, it was twofold. If I'm honest, I'm doing this to hold myself accountable. If I say I'm going to do 100 videos, I've got to do it, because I've told everyone I'm doing it now. But also it does demonstrate to an employer my consistency, my ability to learn, my ability to be comfortable talking publicly.
True.
So I'd be lying if I say I didn't do it for that purpose as well, just to demonstrate my ability to, just to learn and to bring in that level of personality that a one-dimensional CV can and doesn't always do. There's also the possibility they might look at my videos, not secret source, but people might look at my videos and go, this guy's a bit of a knob. But then, is that the kind of company you want to work for anyway? So that was the argument of not having any sort of personality on the application. But no, I'm definitely with you in as much that bring that, because that separates you. If there's a lot of other one-dimensional CVs on a recruiter's desk or whatever, the ones that have those extra elements and of some sort of personality can stick out and work in your favor.
Totally. That's interesting. I do wonder, where were you learning from? What were your sources in all these months? We spoke about Ed a bit already, but I wonder, you did mention Code Academy as well. Yeah. What else?
I did look at doing a boot camp, mainly because I thought I'm going to get a job in 3 months. I don't care how much it costs, yada, yada, yada. So I did look at doing boot camps. And I think mainly because, why didn't I do a boot camp? I guess because of the cost, and also because it was around that time that COVID kicked in, so it would have had to have been done remotely. And Same with when I was learning coaching. I could have learned that remotely, but I wanted to be in a room with other people learning, so I can easily turn around and go, hey, how do I do this? Or how can I do this better? So I decided against boot camps and thought, well, hang on, most of the stuff I need to learn is available on the internet, mostly for free anyway.
Yeah.
As long as I've got a roadmap, and this is a vital part of it, is having a roadmap, knowing what to learn and in what order. But yeah, Codecademy, when I look back, was a really great place to start because, you know, the first module I did was learn to code. It was language agnostic, I think you can say.
Mm-hmm.
And then it had an obvious entry-level syllabus going into HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So that's kind of where I started. But then alongside that, but YouTube essentially is the answer to that question. I would say it was.
All right, that's interesting.
I would say it's probably 90% YouTube. Honestly, I kind of not followed, but just handpicked. If I was looking at a certain subject or a topic, I would either follow a tutorial or watch a video, and I had sort of a handful of guys and gals that I would go and check their channels because I was familiar with how they taught, and I knew there'd be a bit of consistency there in terms of, you know, if you watch two videos by the same person, they probably don't overlap. Whereas if you watch two videos from two different people, they might miss some bits. So basically, Travesey Media seemed to be like the main guy. And
say again, Travis.
Travesey Media. So
Travesey Media.
Traversy. He's, I think at the moment he's doing other stuff, but his channel's still very active and some of it's very relevant. And he is like the main dude from what I gather. But now at the moment, he's got other people coming in and providing that content for his channel. But one of my personal favorites was a guy called Dev Ed. And he made the learning fun. Like I would be watching his videos, but also laughing at the same time. And that's not to say that other videos are boring, but if you can find an engaging teacher essentially online, it just makes that learning process so much better. Like, you know, even though I was just sort of following along a tutorial that models the iPhone page, pretty boring, pretty basic. But if you've got a guy who's cracking jokes every 10 minutes, it just makes it so much more enjoyable. So I've really got to say, you know, a big thank you to Dev Ed in terms of making it entertaining. Right. It doesn't have to be a slog, this journey. If you've got an engaging, I mean, there's so many guys out there doing tutorials on videos. I could list like 15, 20, you know, people that I would jump in and out of. But yeah, Dev Ed and Brad Travesey were like the main two. So then having that roadmap, you kind of know, okay, well, today I need to learn a bit about async await. So I would go back to sort of Codecademy, look at their module, do that, and then watch a couple of other videos, and then maybe do like a follow-along tutorial. Because on YouTube, I guess you've got people explaining stuff, but then you've also got follow-alongs. Like, okay, today we're going to build this, and it incorporates this concept, which it's two different types of learning. So sometimes I would just need to learn about what HTTPS protocol is or whatever. Mm-hmm. You don't need to do a project on that. You can do, but you could also just watch a video or just Google it. So a lot of my documents are just, what is HTTPS? Have about 6 tabs open, read all 6. Okay, I like that sentence, and I would just compile my own, you know, 1 paragraph reminder of what it was. So yeah, a lot of Googling. The MDN documents, I think I started off on using W3 as like my main sort of source of truth, so to speak, on some of the definitions, but then moved towards MDN, which I believe is Mozilla Developer Network. So for those who don't know what they are, they're essentially like, I guess the official Wikipedias for a lot of these terminologies. I don't know, I may be wrong. I
will interrupt you just briefly here. Yeah. It's great you mentioning these two. W3 seems to have a bit of a bad name for getting things wrong. So whilst they're it's kind of funny. They're very useful for many things, but take that particular website with a little bit of grain of salt. Everything else, please continue. Yeah, it's very interesting.
And I did switch to MDN. So for every sort of topic I looked at, MDN would probably be my first reference. I'd have a read of that and then add that link to my document. But then the rest, it was literally just collated from random sources. A lot of it was on Medium, a lot of it was on Dev2, a lot of it was just random stuff. So one thing to sort of be aware of is stuff can get out of date a lot of the time. So I mean, when I learned React for the first time, unbeknownst to me, I was watching a tutorial from, albeit a year prior, but it was quite outdated. I mean, the concepts are still relevant, but it's like I learned a lot about, class components in React and understanding what this is pre-hooks, which means that the whole way of working with React was completely different. So then when I started learning other parts of React, it was like, this is way easier than I remember.
Yeah.
And it's something just to be aware of. If you're learning stuff, try and make sure you're looking at the most up to date. There's no harm in understanding the older stuff, but if there's a modern, because a lot of syntaxes and workflows and parts of languages get updated, like ES6, ES7, ES8. You can learn ES 2015 or whatever, and hopefully people understand what I'm talking about here. But if not, it's just there's more efficient ways of doing things, and if you can learn that, that's going to be a lot quicker and easier for you as a developer than learning the old school, long-winded way.
And more future-proof as well.
Again, no harm in it, but it's more efficient to just make sure you're doing the modern stuff. So yeah, a lot of internet reading. What I also did as well is I would basically fry my brain during the day with information, like I guess primary learning, but then in the evenings I would watch a lot of stuff around how to get a job, like peripheral stuff, like how to manage yourself, how to explain it. So there was another handful of guys that would talk about developer related stuff that wasn't code based. I'm just trying to think of the guys like Andy Serkowitz and Chris Hawkes. And I guess people like Tech Lead, who I've just started to watch a bit of now, but they talk about what it's like to be a developer and less so about the code. So you can still learn even, when you're sort of, your brain's fried from a lot of input, you can still learn about peripheral stuff. So that was quite interesting.
Out of interest, how many hours a day did you put in during these months? Because that number varied, hasn't it?
Yeah. But again, listening to the people that talked about the peripheral stuff, a lot of them talked about, well, I guess it's when I started learning, it was like I used to Google how many hours a day does it take to become a developer, which, is a fair enough question. And everyone's different. So, I mean, with my experience of coaching, I knew that a better approach would be slow and steady rather than 15 hours a day. I knew I wasn't capable of that anyway.
Yeah.
So I think I started off at 15 hours a week, which when you're first starting to learn can be a struggle because it's, 3 hours of learning stuff you've never seen before. You can get to a stage where nothing else will go in and you can't, like I couldn't even speak some afternoons.
We said that before, haven't we? 8 hours of coding is very different than 8 hours of learning how to code.
Exactly.
Very different story.
So I mean, so I, again, utilizing parts of my coaching, I used Google's OKR system, which is objectives and key result. And just to put it simply, my objective was get a developer job, and my key result, how am I going to do that? Just track something you can do every week. So it's like 15 hours a week. So as long as I do 15 hours a week and monitor how I'm doing, eventually you're going to get there. So I would track my progress, like how many hours did I do this week? Where what went right, what went wrong, how could I improve? So I would track, I do like a weekly review. And I think I upped it to about 20 once I knew what the good pace, 20 was a good pace for me. So it's basically 3 hours every day. Like I worked most weekends as well. But I've also got to say,
hold on. You did weekends as well?
Yeah.
Right.
Because I think just the motivation was there. And because I couldn't relax on a weekend knowing that
you could have been learning.
I could easily just go and learn a couple of things.
All right.
Because it was almost not wasted time. I mean, later on down the line, I had to enforce weekends because I was burning out essentially. But at one point I've got to stress is I had I had the environment where I was able to do this daily, in as much that it was the only thing I was doing at the time. So for people who are doing a job on top of the learning, that is something to consider. So when you hear these figures about what other people do, don't worry about that. Work out what works for you, and also working out what time of day is best for you. Some people prefer working in the early hours of the morning. I'm the opposite. I like working from, 8 till about 2 is like my prime hours. And again, experience from the coaching and understanding productivity, whether you're a morning person or a night owl, if you can, do your learning in those hours when you're more, alert, switched on and focused. Essentially I was doing 20 hours a week, and I tracked that all the way from, December I was doing maybe 5 hours a week, and it didn't really kick off then, but from January all the way through to September I was doing at least 20 hours a week, which doesn't sound that much when you think about it, but again, it's sustainability. Like, you'll learn, it's a different skill learning stuff. It's a different brain taxation rate.
Totally.
Because I remember you and I having a talk, and you said, there'll be days when, you can do 8, 9, 10 hours of code. And I remember thinking, no chance. My brain just dies after 3. But the first days that I started getting into flow state, because I wasn't learning, I was doing stuff that I knew how to do. Like you get into the zone, and then the next thing you go, whoa, shit, I've been here 3 hours. It's like, wow, that's such a cool feeling. And I can really understand how that is possible, which when you're learning, you think, no way. But you really can, because it's less of a strain on the brain, because you're not learning, you're doing. So again, knowledge of psychology and the concept of flow state and being in the zone is, if your ability level is below where the challenge is, it's harder and less enjoyable. And conversely, like you say, if you're playing tennis and your ability level is way higher than the other person, it's a bit boring because, there's no challenge. Whereas if you can get around that sweet spot where your ability is the same as the challenge, that's when that flow state can kick in.
All right.
And that only really started to hit once I had those JavaScript fundamentals and I was doing, one of the projects. It was like, okay, I kind of know how I can do this. Let me Google it. Okay, then I was doing it, and you just fly. You really do. And I remember, those days where I think I did like 9 or 10 hours in a day, and I finished the day, and rather than being, oh my God, I can't even speak, it was like, yes, that was wicked. Loved it.
All right.
So, it boosted my energy rather than drained it, which was such a cool feeling, because I hadn't had that, because my ability level had been way below the challenge for months, and still is. It's almost like it's been reset now. So I know there'll be stages where in the job someone will give me a task and I go, okay, cool, and 5 hours later I'll have done it, and where did that go? Time just, when time flies, you lose track of time. That's a cool thing. And it's, again, if I was to iterate to people watching this, is understand that not getting into that zone is part of the process. You need to get your ability level up before you can get into that zone. But know that the more hours you put in, and the more, the higher your ability goes, the more chances you're going to get into that flow state.
That's fantastic, man. Yeah, like I almost feel like you're such a right person to go and learn programming, because you knew a lot of these things, how to reach those flow states, how to control your emotions in so many ways, right? How to get to these productivity levels, or understand your own productivity in general, to be able to tackle these challenges, right? Like just yet again iterates how much is not taught about programming that potentially could be so beneficial, right? About how the approach itself changes it. It's very easy to give up almost halfway through, isn't it? Because of not getting to any flow state within months, and not finding the thing you like. And maybe web development, just as much as it is one of the easiest things to get into in programming, may not be for everyone, right? You could be the best data scientist or a C++ developer, right? But if you started with web development, maybe that isn't your thing. Add on top of that the fact that, you're struggling to get into the flow state, it can become quite difficult, right? To carry on, I suppose.
Yeah. I can definitely see how how other people start the journey but then don't complete it, either by, I guess there's quite a few reasons: not having a clear enough roadmap, not having their motivation might be off. Why are they really doing it? Do they actually enjoy it? But also, I mentally picture that there's almost like a hump. Like, you can go through HTML and CSS, but as soon as you hit JavaScript, it's a different ball game, and there is quite a hump. And I think we might have talked about this at some stage, is that it takes a lot of motivation to get over that hump. But once you're over that hump, you're kind of not home and dry, but it gets a little easier from there on. But yeah, even just trying to take on too much too soon. So taking it slow and steady in terms of learning, because you probably can. It is possible to do 6, 7, 8 hours a day, but good luck doing that for a couple of months. Like, you will burn out essentially. So yeah, like you say, I think my knowledge of productivity and psychology definitely helped with this whole journey. It made it so much more sustainable.
Okay,
I mean, don't get me wrong. I learned a lot about my own psychology, because I'd been tested in ways I hadn't done before. But yeah, I think it's discussions like this that can really bring an extra element to learning about the journey. Is it's not just learn this, then learn that, then learn that. There's a lot of other stuff going on around that, and yeah, I think that's something I'd like to do in the future. Is talk more about these approaches and philosophies on how to react to failure. What to do when the code doesn't compile. Do you kick the machine and give up coding, or do you just go and take a breather, leave it for a day? If you're tired or you're stressed, that's really going to affect your mental state. To me, it's obvious. Like, if I get pissed off, the first thing I sort of think of is, it's because I didn't sleep well last night. Like, sleep is such an important factor. So even something as simple as making sure you sleep well, it can have such a big impact on how well you do on this journey.
Totally.
Because if your sleep's not very good quality, or sporadic, or you're up all hours doing the learning, it's really going to come and bite you in the backside. And it's not sustainable. So things like monitoring your sleep is such an important factor, because without sleep, you haven't got the mental or emotional capability to do this journey. I really think that's
almost sounds like
factor.
Yeah, almost sounds like you could become a life coach, man.
That is a dream.
For those of you not knowing, Sam was a life coach before he started coding.
Yeah, but it's cool now. I can see that. Not that there's like a niche, but there's a definite area where those two disciplines combine, because they almost come from different sides of the spectrum. Because coaching is a lot about psychology, and it's a bit more right brain type thinking, whereas coding is very left brain. It's logical, it's analytical. And I think I would guess it's relatively uncommon for people to go from one of these disciplines to the other. I would guess so. So yeah. I almost consider myself a rarity in as much that I've operated in both of these brain zones. Yeah. And now I've got that experience and knowledge to combine the two. That this is why I love doing these chats, is because I'm coming at it from a different perspective, which can help other people do it as well.
I agree. No, totally, yeah. And talking about background, actually, I'm also starting to think, do you feel that apart from this one, were there any other biases that you'd experienced, like in your application process? Because one thing I'm thinking about here specifically is, for instance, your age. Right? You're 41.
Yeah.
An age at which a lot of people would completely refuse an idea of, I'm going to respec completely and learn a new skill I've never even looked at before and maybe dabbled with, when I was 17, and pick a completely new thing. So I'm wondering, how did that in particular affect your programming journey?
Good, yeah, great question. I think for me, it benefited me because I had the maturity and the experience, and also the experience of switching careers and starting from scratch, which I'd actually gone through about 3 or 4 times. So looking back at my career paths, I knew that if I did something for 2 years, I'd get pretty good at it. without
Okay.
being big-headed. It was like I had a track record. Everything I
Yeah.
did, it takes a while to get to a good level, but I know I'll get there. But in terms of the application process, I think, if I'm honest, I think I never made my age public on any sort of social media.
Yeah, that's true.
Mainly, I don't know, I wouldn't say I was embarrassed, but it's almost like, especially on Instagram, it's a fairly young, it's a younger based, although I'm sort of, I'm not an old fuddy-duddy 40-year-old. I'm very conscious that I'm also probably twice as old as a lot of the people on there.
So, no, but I would say frequently, I don't think I ever told you this, but I frequently felt I'm older than you during our conversations, just because of the fact that we had this relationship here. I would often forget about that, and if anything, as a sort of diversion here, I would say it's so irrelevant how old or how young you are. I suppose if you're a 16-year-old, there could be some biases happening there, and you could argue otherwise. But past a certain stage, it almost feels so irrelevant, so irrelevant.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I think it's, can you do the job? Do we want to work with you? That's essentially the two things. Because, I mean, we touched upon it earlier in terms of my non-coding skills. That alone wouldn't have got me the job. I still had to know how to do the code. But, yeah, I wouldn't say... I mean, I was aware that having my age on the CV may work against me. So on that basis, I took it off. Because people would think... I don't know what people would think, but I wouldn't even give them the option to think anything. And I think... Not really. Again, it's not relevant. I'd like to think that companies look at your portfolio and they can tell in an instant whether you've got the technical skills, and then you jump through that hoop, and then they can tell within 5 minutes, or probably even 30 seconds, probably within even 5 seconds of speaking to you on a culture fit interview, whether they'd like to work with you. So as long as you're capable of jumping through those two hoops, like you say, age is irrelevant. And I forget how old I am sometimes, and it's only when, people find out and they say, "What?
Yeah.
No fucking way."
I've been
seriously. So yeah, I mean, I guess my appearance definitely works in my favour in as much that I'd like to think I don't look 41, and I don't necessarily act 41.
39, I would say.
But I still, that age and wisdom of experience of knowing what it's like to change jobs, to be in a new job, to speak to strangers, these are all life skills that I'd cultivated, and I would have not been able to do it at 18. I didn't have the learning capability or the motivation. I didn't have this. I was massively introvert up until I was about 21. So I didn't have those abilities. That definitely helped me be successful today. So that's a great question.
It's a lot more about abilities and skills, right? Like what do you have developed already? Almost like what I'm thinking, that as words of encouragement for anybody considering switching a career later on in their life. In many ways, there are so many things that are working in your favor rather than against you. There's no doubt, we shouldn't deny that there is some bias. The older you get, essentially, the harder it may be for a potential employer to see you as a good addition to the company and a good investment, which is a bias that we should be essentially working against. And I would imagine, especially for people that are 60 years old, and are looking to change a career, or especially now during the pandemic times, they have to because they've been made redundant. It's a very difficult bias to go over to remove that from the society, and to make sure that we evaluate ourselves and one another based on the merit, based on what that person is capable of, not how many more years they can work at our company, or whether they're used to a higher salary or whatnot. I've read stories of essentially recruiters not even calling up people who are 60 and plus, even to find out whether they're a good fit or not, or what are their expectations of the salary, because they already assume that many of these things, right? So there's a whole lot of that bias against people who are older, a lot older than you are, right? But for yourself already, right? Like normally junior developers would be within their early 20s. That's a wild guess. I would say that they would be in their 20s at least normally. So I'm glad to hear that that for you if anything, it's been an advantage. And I think I would agree with that. I can totally see how your maturity and like your attitude helped so much here, because you were you could read the word experience written all over you. When I spoke to you, when I was seeing how you approach these interviews and the whole application process, I could see that you're just an experienced guy. You're not an experienced developer, but you're an experienced person. And that, again, brings us back to the discussion we had not long ago about, how it's you personally, what kind of person you are, not how good of a developer you are, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can only speak from my personal point of view, being, I guess, a white male. Yeah. I think I'm definitely aware that every human has some sort of unconscious bias, but I'm being part of this community. I do interact with a lot of people of other genders and of other races, and I think, I can't speak for them, and I'm sure that those biases do exist. But also on the flip side, same with me, is those things that because you are different, they give you so much more material to bring into a job, different experience, a different viewpoint. So, if we're talking to the people watching this, it's those life experiences or work experiences which you might not consider relevant are 100% relevant.
Yeah, that is trends.
And that makes you unique as well, because you're going to have those, viewpoints and experiences and knowledge that other people don't. Everyone's unique, so don't ever discount it or think that it plays against you. You can use it as a positive. Okay, so
kind of navigating towards the end, I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. If you were to give a piece of advice to someone who's just about to start programming, what would you say?
There's a lot I could say, but I think if I was to distill it into a sentence, it would just be take it steady. In as much that it is going to be a journey. It's going to be a long journey. There'll be peaks, there'll be troughs. If you try and do too much too soon, you run the risk of burning out. But if you just stay consistent, eventually you're going to get there. It's just that case of don't give up, essentially. So just take it steady and keep going.
Fair enough. Okay, cool. Is that something that you wish you have heard before starting?
It's something I did hear before starting.
All right.
That really helped me plan how I would approach it. Also, I had that knowledge from the productivity and coaching, but it made sense to me. Is although I wanted the job sooner, and I don't even know if I could have done more hours in a day, because there's only so much capacity people's brains have. Everyone's different, and in fact that's almost the point in itself. Is although this is my journey, everyone's different in terms of where they're going, what's going on around them in their life at the moment, what's going on around in their own heads. There's so many other variables. So
totally,
you pick and choose what other people are doing and say, okay, let me see if that works. I'll try that, and then if not, try something else. There's no right way of doing this. It's just what's right for you.
Yeah, fair play. That's interesting. And actually, that just popped into my head. Was there anything that you wish you knew just before you started that you know now that would have made the whole journey easier?
Made it easier?
That would have helped, Was there anything that you wish that you could come to yourself and tell yourself, back in December 2019?
In fact, one of my good friends, Lulu, we had a chat probably about halfway through my journey, and she just basically encouraged me to just... It's going to happen. So she almost instilled a mantra in me, as in, it's going to happen. Just take the pressure off yourself, because I wanted to do it after 4 months because I'd seen that it's possible, and I backed myself to do it.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have made it easier in terms of complexity, but it would, giving myself a longer launch runway to do it would have made it a lot easier mentally, because I think I'd added that extra pressure on myself to do it by a certain amount of time. So yeah, that definitely helped. So just it's going to happen if you just keep turning up, keep showing up, keep putting the hours in. And as long as you're on the right sort of path for what you want to be doing, it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
That's actually a good piece of advice. And funnily, it also ties to what you said before about, just being aware of how long it's going to take. But definitely, that's good. So thanks for this piece of advice. I appreciate it. Second question that I would like to have for you is, if I'm already coding or learning to code for the last 4 or 5 months, and I'm going to tell you, you know what, Sam, I think I'm going to give up. I don't think I want to carry on doing this. What piece of advice would you give me?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, this, because I never got to that stage. I never, although I got ridiculously frustrated and pissed off, I wasn't going to give up because I knew that was part of the journey. But I think if you're at that stage where you're considering giving up, I think it's worth just checking your motivation in as much that question why you are doing this. And, is this something you genuinely want to do? For me, it was. So that helped me. It wasn't even a question of giving up because I knew this is something I wanted.
Yeah.
That's not to say that you can come into this for the wrong reasons, but I think a lot of people, and I'm probably am part of that, is you can look at it from the outside and think, oh, people who code earn, it's a good career to get into, it earns good money, I'll go and learn that. So if you're in it just for the money and you don't necessarily enjoy it, that's really going to make that journey harder and more likely to come to that crossroads where you think, I don't know if I want to do it anymore. So definitely question why you want to do it. And that's not to say, it might be the case that you haven't worked that out yet. You might have got 6 months in and not really thought far ahead. Okay, well, why do I actually want to code? What do I want to do? And if you can tie that to, well, you know what, I've always wanted to just build something that can make my life or another human's life easier. That's a good motivation. Mm-hmm. Like the recompense or the money you can get paid is almost like a byproduct. So just have a look at why you want to do this, and if you can try and tie that motivation to something internally, that's going to give you a reason to get back on it and continue. So yeah, it's kind of more of a meta answer. And I think asking questions of yourself, in terms of why you want to do it, but I think having someone else involved in the process. I mean, I've been lucky to have you as a mentor, but I've also reached out to other people. If you're part of like a developer community on any sort of social media platform or a Facebook group or whatever, don't be afraid to reach out to other people and, talk about either what you're struggling with, what you want to know, what they might think of, an approach you're doing, because I think having that input on the roadmap that you create definitely helps, because you might have the motivation, you might have the ability, you might have everything in place, but the roadmap might be slightly off. Like you've gone and learnt something which is either a couple of steps too soon or not. There's no point in learning a certain language if your end goal is to do something which doesn't use that language. So if you know in advance that you want to do, game development, what your roadmap's going to be very different to someone, or at least at some stage it will split off and be very different to someone who's not doing game development.
Yeah.
So
totally.
Having those questions about the future can align everything. It's like, okay, well, I do want to do this. This is where I want to go, and this path makes a bit more sense than that other path that I saw from some guy on YouTube.
Very good point. Yeah.
And I think having those aligned and knowing that, I guess getting to those stages where you think, I can't do this. This is too hard. I'm never going to do it. Just be aware that you probably will have those moments, but know that they're just temporary if you just keep going.
Very good point, man. Like, actually, I just realized it ties back to, I think, episode 6 or 7 when we spoke about your career questions, and we're trying to figure out what is out there that the programmer could do, right? So even already being a potential junior developer, not even a junior developer, you were trying to ask yourself these questions and figure it out, because that would allow you to find some motivation to carry on going as well, right? Like, as much as, you were on the right track and you didn't find yourself, luckily, wanting to quit, you were reinforcing yourself knowing that there are these things that will make you excited about carrying on learning. sometime in the future that you will be able to do, right? So very good advice, to be able to like just look at what industries there are, because programming is such a big discipline, right? Computer science in general, informatics, right? It's just such a big discipline that, you know, to just go with the generic, I want to learn programming, I just want to learn code, could accidentally set you off on the wrong track that you may not in fact be enjoying and end up in a place like that. So advice to try to like reevaluate these things is so relevant, I feel. Almost it applies to just about anything you're doing, right? Like learning to play an instrument, maybe you're learning to play the wrong instrument. Maybe you're really good with a clarinet, but learning how to play a piano and, you know, you just hate that. So kind of doing this kind of reevaluation stops on the way and being like, you know, alert to things that you do start enjoying and like trying to pick them the moment that sometimes something does feel, you know, remotely interesting, and like diving even deeper into that, I think helps a lot, you know. Sort of falling off the track of tutorials and just coursework you may be doing at the time, and just whatever it feels interesting, just go and do it and see if it's nice. And if you can't figure it out, then learn a bit more in that, right? To me, I remember that helped a lot. Essentially, just going and doing the coding that I liked. That wasn't my coursework. That wasn't my, primary sort of coding, which in time became my primary coding because I made it so, right? So it's about choice then. But like you say, finding a mentor, very good piece of advice as well. Whether it is, you know, as involved as, you know, I was with your journey, or whether it is just, you know, somebody you can speak to every now and then and spend an hour or half an hour, you know, asking questions, or somebody on a Facebook group or on a forum, right, that could just spur a few words. It's always good to realign yourself and like have some sort of a feedback process going through, right? Because it's quite easy to just fall into a trap of, like this rabbit hole of just making a wrong assumption and following through with it too far in. And by the time you realize, you just feel like, shit, you know, maybe that's not even for me. Could be that you've just been going in the wrong direction. So I think, we mentioned that before in this conversation, that making readjustments as you go and trying to just double check yourself and make sure that your assumptions are correct. Funny enough, this is very applicable in programming itself. When you assume things, double check whether your assumptions are correct. We've gone through that in some of our conversations as well. But just as much about the roadmap you're taking, right? So having somebody else to put an input on the assumptions you're making about your roadmap will, I think, also help avoiding just the burnout and just feeling like giving up, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you sort of touched upon it there in terms of it doesn't necessarily mean like go get a mentor, but just have another human involved in the process in some shape or form. Because if you're self-taught, it's just you and your emotions and it's very easy to go down a rabbit hole, and one that's maybe less productive, where someone else, even if it's just a case of speaking to someone about how you're feeling. I mean, you know, I know this from coaching, that just even talking about what you're going through can help.
Totally.
You know, I think we might have even mentioned it before, or in our sort of private chats, of something called the lamppost theory, where a guy who's having relationship troubles just goes and stands by a lamppost and talks to a lamppost about what's going on in his life. He feels better. The lamppost didn't do anything. Just the fact that he talked about it, you know, how he's feeling, what he's doing. Having that as part of your journey, even if they're like not even a developer, I mean, it can be beneficial if they are as well, because they can understand. But as we've demonstrated with these talks, like some emotions and thoughts that I've got to, you changed my assumptions in a lot of these things. I just thought, well, that's just the way it is, because I had no other reference point. So having another person involved in that process, they can go, well, actually, either A, that's normal, or B, what might be better looking at is this thing over here instead of that thing, which you thought was the right thing to look at. So just having another human involved in the process, be it a mentor, like you say, someone you chat to, you know, once a month, even if it's not even coding related, just how you're doing emotionally. I know I keep coming back to the psychology of it, but it's being able to manage that psychology that can really help you come through those times when you're thinking of quitting.
Totally, yeah.
And there's, sorry, I was just going to say there's a lot of people out there that are available to help. They've got that experience. They don't have to be a trained coach or an experienced mentor. There's a lot. I think just the developer community in general are supportive, and it's definitely what I found. Like, I've heard rumors of, sort of people not being massively supported, but I've never experienced that. The communities that I've been part of, people want to help. They want to see more people come on this journey. People are crying out for developers. There's so much stuff that needs to be built. This is almost why it gets paid so well, is because the demand outweighs the supply. So the industry as a whole would benefit. I guess in some ways it wouldn't benefit by more developers coming in because they would get paid less. But as a whole, there's people and communities out there that are willing to support. And, just if you can find one. I mean, I've lucked out with you. I mean, it wasn't even part of the plan that we would have this sort of relationship.
True.
Because that's how it started with you and I. It's like, hey, Voy, I'm thinking about doing coding. Where do I start? And you said, okay, well, this, and this. I mean, it was a bit more, complex than that. But sometimes that's all it takes. It's just someone who knows a bit what they're doing. And I think you even asked me at the time, okay, well, what kind of development do you want to do? And that's not even a question I'd even considered.
Yeah.
So having that external input can help that roadmap, definitely.
True. I'm surprised, but also I'm really glad how much this conversation turned out to be about psychology rather than which languages, which frameworks did you learn, Because I feel like, it's not very usual to speak about this side of things when it comes to programming. It's such a, scientific, such a technical discipline that, just about 99% of content out there is going to be about the technical, the scientific side of it, which is right, which, this is how we promote growth. But it's very important and interesting to look at the psychology of programming, to look at all of those kind of peripheral skills that we've been describing during this conversation, right? And how they affect you, and just watching our conversations over the last few months, it's easy to see that to you the problem very often was not whether promises and acing await clicks in. Oftentimes it was just dealing with stress, dealing with not having a job, a lot of these kind of side of things rather than the technical bit. So I just want to say it. Yeah, I'm really glad that we kind of touched up on so many things related to that, and that this conversation turned out this way. And first of all, thanks for sharing a lot of these interesting thoughts. I feel like it's the first video that we did when it's definitely you talking a lot more than I am, because normally when we did the code reviews, it'd be me like making corrections and all that. And now I'm here sitting and learning from what you're saying and from how your experience went. So that was great.
Yeah. No. Again, this is just. It has been my experience. Is like I knew I was able to learn. We can cover the technical stuff, but for me, the biggest learning and the biggest part of my journey is being the psychological side of it. How to manage your mental state whilst going through this journey. Yeah. And obviously, I'm a bit more biased, and I lean towards that because that's my background. But if anything, it sort of demonstrates to find that balance, and the same with everything in life. It is about balance. If you concentrate on your psychology, but you're not learning the code, that also isn't going to be, positive and productive, and vice versa. So I think, I just want to highlight the importance of that side of it, or at least that has been for me, because that's what I struggled with. And I can really see how other people can get tripped up and discouraged, is because they might have the ability to learn, but their ability to manage what goes on in their head in terms of the emotional, and I guess you could even call it like the spiritual side of things, is what might be preventing them from doing something that they love, that they can do for X amount of years. So I hope that people can sort of benefit from what you and I talk about, because between the both of us, we kind of cover a lot of those bases, like you on the technical side, me on the personal side. And I think, again, it's like that yin and yang is like, but we cover a lot of those elements. It's not just a case of learn this, learn that, get a job. And I guess even like when I look at it now, even looking at that application process, there's quite a bit of psychology in there. Like, how do you talk about yourself? Who are you? What are you bringing to the table? How can you change as a person to make that application a bit stronger? So yeah, massive amounts of psychology.
Very good point. Yeah.
Which, I hadn't really, it hadn't dawned on me until we've had these chats.
Neither have
I feel like I've been talking too much these episodes.
Yeah.
But I love it.
I would even go as far as saying, we kind of started this conversation by saying, how the hell did you land a job in 9 months? I would even go as far as saying, well, your psychological approach was so correct. Your mental preparation, your background was there to help you go through it. And as you were going through these struggles, you knew how to tackle them, very often. So all of these things that we just covered, how to handle difficult situations, how to handle expectations, how to set yourself up a roadmap, how to believe, and how you were saying it, turn up and just make sure you put in the work, So I feel like a significant portion of how the hell did you land at a job in 9 months was on the non-technical and non-codey side. You did so many things well. And you could even say both of us did, right? Like, the fact that we had this relationship, that aided you in overcoming some of these issues. And like I said previously, to me, there was a couple of these big breakthroughs, and both of them were in your way of thinking, not in your technical skills. It wasn't, because you don't know how to map an array. No, it was about, because you're thinking about things in the wrong way. So from my perspective, it was also about discovering this psychology of how you think about code that helped me help you so much more, rather than a particular technology that said, definitely, if we learn testing, or if we learn build systems, or if you do Redux, you're going to get a job. I feel like, you got it in a big part because of that psychological side of it, and because of the approach that you came with and grown with. Because like you said, a lot of these skills, it's something you acquired during this journey. So, congrats on managing to figure so many of these things out. I also would say it may sound like there was a significant portion of these issues that you just came to me and we got over it together. But I have to say that a lot of the times you told me about problems you were going through months back, you overcame them and managed to, to now talk about it almost like if it was a joke. But I was like, shit, I did not even know that you were going through so much struggle and so many issues on that, stress levels and some of these issues. So congrats, man! Well done. I hope I contribute to that as well to some degree. But I feel in big part, you did a great job of figuring out how your psyche, how your mentality can work you through that process and keep it up, keep the foot at the gas pedal for the 9 months, as much as you can. And at the very end, push it even harder, right? Like the last month, you bumped these hours up to 8 hours a day, haven't you? And went even harder. So well done on that.
Yeah. And yeah, definitely you played a vital part in the other side of that, as being that external person that kind of knew where I wanted to go, and I wouldn't say, I guess we jointly curated the path, but you also, just a great an emotional support as well as a technical support. I mean, I guess a lot of our talks weren't massively about how do I do this in code. Some of them were. But a lot of them were more about, I guess, the job application process as a whole. Because, I mean, we'd been having these chats before we started recording them, so that, there was a couple of months before even episode 1. But, without a doubt, mate, you've been a massive part of this. And I keep saying publicly, thank you so much. I've been so lucky to have someone who has that natural sort of coaching ability, even though you've probably not been trained in coaching, just being able to work with another human and help them progress in some shape or form. Is an amazing skill to have, and having someone like you in my corner has been amazing. So thank you, mate. I genuinely appreciate it.
No worries, man.
And I'll be forever in debt, honestly, because my life has changed as a result of these 9 months. I'm on a way better path, financially, emotionally, possibly not physically, which is something we haven't really touched upon. Is what I'm starting to see now. Is now I'm sat at a desk for 8-9 hours a day. These are other things to look at, but I'm in a way better place, and it's thanks to having that external input from someone who's kind of done the journey, well, not kind of, you have, that's made it way quicker and way easier mentally than if I'd have just gone alone and gone solo and never had any external input.
Yeah. Well,
so thank you.
No, I said many times, you're welcome. Maybe to that, I would only add, if anybody would consider mentoring others, I would say that it's a very rewarding thing to do. From the video that we shown about me cheering the moment you told me that you got the job and you being stoic about it, you can kind of see how good I felt about it when you told me. Dude, like I felt that day I went out and celebrated myself. Like I feel it was my own accomplishment and achievement, and I feel happy for a day, and I still feel super like, you know, over the moon about it. But what I would also say is that it doesn't like it sounded like, or even you made it sound all the time like a lot more effort than what I was really putting in, because all I did was talk to you for 2 hours every 2 weeks. And I thought, man, like I can do it twice as much, and I would still be happy, you know, and I could do all my other tasks and fulfill all the other responsibilities that I have, no problem. So, you know, I never considered that before, but now that we went through this and kind of it came out naturally, I would even say the words of encouragement to everybody considering coaching is like, it's no effort. Like you already know a lot of these things, like things that to Sam are difficult to me are obvious, and it takes just a little bit of speaking to each other to explain these things, and you can contribute to somebody's life, you know, quite significantly. It's a very rewarding thing, and especially when you find someone who is as committed as you were, right? It's very nice to see the progress, and like I told you around the time when you were doing Firebase, and I was completely blown away by how quickly you went through all these things, and I could see my you know, my efforts, you know, producing good results. It's almost the feeling of, you know, of bringing someone up, you know, like nurturing, whether it'll be, you know, you could take care of a plant or an aquarium or of a pet or your child or whatnot, right? Like I felt like I nurtured you in that journey, and I could see the results of it. You know, the more water I watered the plant, you know, the higher it grew, and I could really see that in front of me. And that's a very rewarding feeling, I would say, by the end of it. Yeah. So,
yeah, but no, it's brilliant. It's great to hear it from that side, because I genuinely, I guess at some points felt guilty the amount of hours and effort
I know you
put
have.
in. But yeah, I never really thought of it from that perspective, in as much that it's relatively easy. It's easier for you than I think it is. It's so that's great to hear, and hopefully, you know, people can watch this video and say, actually, yeah, maybe I'd like to sort of help someone on this journey.
Yeah,
and from looking at it from that point of view, is if you can demonstrate that willingness to learn, and you're open for not even criticism but just feedback, people are gonna want to help you. There's an incessant need inside of humans to help other people.
Yeah,
you might not think it, but genuinely, you know, it's no coincidence. It feels good to help another human being, and as long as you can demonstrate that eagerness and that willingness to learn and willingness to change approach if that doesn't work, then, you know, finding a mentor, finding an employee is a lot easier if you can demonstrate that.
True. You know, and I recently come across this webpage called Mentoring Club, where people offer free mentoring services. Literally, people who are up for mentoring somebody in various different fields, they just offer their services up. That's just one place I found, but I bet there's a lot of other places you could and look up a proper mentor. Obviously, the level of involvement will be different, but just kind of to underline as well that there are ways you can look up somebody who will be willing to, you know, to mentor you. And I almost feel like, man, like I do other things that I probably should find myself a mentor on. Like, why don't I have a mentor when I'm, you know, learning things right now? I quite seriously, after this journey with you, I'm really seriously considering it to find myself someone, because there's always going to be somebody who's better than you, more knowledgeable rather, right, than you in a particular field, and more experienced. So tapping onto these resources, I think it's the clever way to go about learning particular thing.
Yeah. Those resources are out there, so find them, use them. Whether it's people, documentation, videos, whatever. You know, even sort of unrelated stuff to dev can still help, you know, that journey. So just go and find it. Be proactive. Go and find it.
All right.
Them.
Cool, Sam. I have a feeling that is the time to wrap up this longish conversation. No doubt the longest episode we have recorded over a course of 2 days, weirdly enough. Thank you very much for your time, mate. Thank you very much for sharing this whole journey and your thoughts on it, and being able to go back and look up your notes and and just dig into exactly what happened along these lines. As many times we said that it's not an achievement that we give a recipe for. Like, we don't say follow these steps and you will be just like Sam did. You will become a software developer right off the bat. But I think it's still important to recognize the achievement here and to say this is quite remarkable. And once again, congratulate you on getting that job after these 9 months. I'm happy to hear you're happy at the company you're working on right now. And it was interesting to hear about, how your perspective has shifted from just before when you got in, and how you felt about how would it be the first few weeks and how that kind of rolled out. And then now that you've been there for a month, to see how that progress changed, I think is quite relevant to know, what does it feel like once you're already in, right? And I bet it would be fantastic to do another catch up, 6 months from now or a year from now and go like, oh, geez, why did I even say that? But instead of, just reiterate over some of these points and see how the progress of junior developer kind of goes, later on. So potentially we'll go back to that. So naturally, a lot of the things that we covered in the video today have been mentioned in our previous videos, right? So this is just a point where we want to say, if somebody would be interested in learning a little bit more about this journey in more detail, then this is the 10th episode that we recorded about Sam's journey. And since May, essentially, all the way up until now, which is 1st of November, as we speak, we have been recording these videos and uploading them onto YouTube. Sam has also been active on Instagram, where he's been recording and documenting his journey as well. So there's a number of ways you can go and track back and see how that journey actually went and what kind of problems we were running into and what mentality did we have at these different stages, knowing already what the outcome was. And we didn't have that benefit. We did not know how much longer would that be going, so we had different plans. But luckily, you managed to get that in the end. So go to the to my YouTube channel if you'd like to learn more about these steps, about different parts of that journey. And do you want to share your Instagram handle if people want to look up your history as well?
Yeah, cool. It's it's just my name, Sam Chilcott. So that's SamChillCott. And I've just been doing the 100 days of code and sort of daily videos on there. That's pretty much it.
Cool. And if there is anything that you'd like to ask, if we have covered something that we weren't quite clear about, or you would like to follow up with some sort of questions, then we are more than happy to go back and answer some of these. So please share whatever thoughts you have about what we spoke about in the comments. If there is something that you think that either we could improve on that we didn't observe, anything that you possibly disagree, in the conversation that we had today or in any other conversations, then we're very happy to get this kind of feedback and listen to it. But also, if there will be some questions that you may have about Sam's journey, that I'm sure Sam would be happy to get back to whatever questions may be and kind of try to reiterate and expand upon some of these points, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, I just want to thank you for doing these videos, because, although it's technically, it's your content for your channel, I find it so good doing them, knowing that, even if one person watches 5 minutes of it, it might change the course of how they approach things. So, thank you for just documenting it and doing it, so well, and the hours you must spend editing and doing all these videos, as well. But it's, we're open to feedback. Again, this is just our journey. We're just documenting it. We're not telling anyone to do anything. It's just, we've just documented what worked for us. And we're open to any feedback, whether it's, you're talking bollocks on that bit, or, I never thought of that. So, we're open, basically.
Totally. Cool. All right. With that word, let's finish off. Thank you very much for your time, Sam. Amazing talking to you as always. And good luck in your new position, man. I'm so stoked. I'm still so happy about you getting that job. I said it before, but I'll say it again. I feel like a happy mom that's her kid's off to school. I gotta let you go now, and my journey's my job's done here.
Well, I'm glad I made you proud, mate. Definitely.
Yeah.
And here's to the next chapter.
Yeah. Cool, man. All right.
Thank you very much, mate.
Thanks a lot.
Forever
All right.
in debt.
No worries. No worries.
Nice one.
Good luck. All right.
Cheers,
Take
pal.
it easy. Cheers.
React developer signing out.
You've been practicing this.
No. Cool.
Cool, Sam.
See you then,
Take it
mate.
easy. All right.
Take care, mate.